been enveloped by the powers of the four guardians. Throughout your cultivation journey, you'll run into various encounters and challenges. Sometime into a match, spirit collecting bells will appear, and all surviving teams will be separated into groups. Each group is assigned one spirit collecting bell, whose location is visible to members of the teams in the group. Approach the bell and interact with it for supplies to drop and to activate a countdown. You can sound the bell repeatedly during this time. Each interaction provides supplies and shortens the countdown. The elemental powers will form a crate at the end of the countdown, after which the spirit collecting bell will run out of power and can no longer be used. Open the crate to get tons of rewards. Note that other teams in the same group will battle for the same bell. Use the mini-map to determine how many players are nearby. Also, skill cooldowns are reduced in the bell's vicinity, so use them to your advantage to guard the bell's rewards. Sacred Quartet's final challenge is to unite the four Sacred Guardians. During Sacred Quartet, you'll be able to pick up elemental fragments in matches. Use the fragments in the Elemental Clash event to combine elements. When you and your teammates each bring a different element into a match, and all members survive until victory is attained, the Guardians United Challenge will be completed. Players who complete the challenge for the first time can claim 200 elemental fragments from the event page and will unlock the new Guardians United achievement. Embark on your sacred cultivation journey now and forge your story into its own legend.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome back to Season 4 of the PUBG Mobile European Wonder League. I'm your host tonight, Neptura, and I am joined by DK. How are you, DK?
I'm doing pretty well. I'm quite excited to see what this season is going to be holding for our teams that will be participating.
Absolutely. I'm super excited. It's been a while, right, since we got into the action here on the women's side of things, and I'm super excited. DK, you were doing a little bit of that breakdown of each of the teams and who's back and who's not. We were looking at a lot of different things and discussing who's really back. I mean, Galatasaray is going to be probably the top one on our list. The reigning champions back at it as the same squad as last year, but we have some other surprises on the table.
Yeah, I mean, Galatasaray, they, of course, had that 3 victories in a row. So I think it's fair to say that they got the turkey secured. Are they going to be able to lock in the 4th one? Of course, we don't know. We're hoping to see quite a bit of heat, though, being applied by the teams that I think is going to be pursuing them. But aside from then, we've got 5 other teams that are also joining us back again from the previous season. So we've got AOR Silently, we've got TPS Esports, as well as A3 Excellence coming in. So I say A3 Excellence because last season we had the players from A3 Femme Fatale that were participating in the tournament itself. But the only similarity that we have there, aside from that A3, is, of course, KT that's also made their way in. But, of course, no surprise, as we know, compared to the previous seasons, right? We are going to be starting off our very first week here with the 36 teams that are going to be participating. We're going to be whittling that down to a glorious 24 before making it all the way into the grand finals, where the teams play for their share of that prize pool.
Yeah, and it's a big prize pool as well. It's certainly a lot to play for, right? Even if we're going to ignore the $7,000 US, look at the 105,000 UC. I mean, that's a big chunk of in-game cash right there. I mean, the amount of vehicle skins I could buy with that, oh my god, I would be so happy with that. But obviously, that's not all going to one single player or even one single team. That's going to be dished out amongst the teams that end up in those finals. But coming back to week 1, DK, I'm looking straight at our third little icon there, 16th to 18th. Those teams will be immediately disqualified at the end of these 4 nights we have this week.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough run. So it's an interesting setup that we are going to be looking at, and I'm sure we might have a graphic for that as well. As we're going to be breaking our teams up in groups as we do. You know, that is the usual format. So we are going to be having Group A, all the teams in Group A that are going to be playing against each other, then moving into Group B, and then repeating it on either of those days. But of course, we were talking about Galatasaray earlier, right? They've taken it, the victory all the way back from Season 2. So Season 2, mid-season, as well as Season 3. And now the big question is going to be, who will be the team to claim the title come this season, right? Because, I mean, we don't have Besiktas here, right? Besiktas, they didn't make it up to this point. So I'm curious to see who's going to be the next potential contenders to try and bring that pressure onto the side of Galatasaray.
Yeah, it's going to be super interesting to see who is going to be the new contender, as you said. Yeah, I'm intrigued to see who ends up taking that position because Besiktas were such a force to be reckoned with. And as we were looking over these teams earlier, we were seeing a lot of old faces, but also new names as well coming into each of these rosters. So there's definitely a lot of room for surprise as we look at the participating teams coming up on here. You see a lot of familiar logos, but even those logos and those teams have different players on their squads this season.
Yep, there's been a few changes, of course. The only teams that we can talk about at this point is the ones that I've mentioned so far, like we mentioned A3 Excellence as well. We do have Wildcats that we'll see on the next image, as well as the players then coming through from K12 Esports. So we'll get into those teams in a little short while, but it's interesting just looking at the spread of teams that we've got here, right? So we've got Zeus on board, we've got the players from Boars Gaming, as well as AOR Silently. So we've got a few invited teams. As per usual, right? That makes their way into the event. And I'm curious to see how the invited teams are going to be faring against the qualified teams, right? The teams that have worked their way through that qualification process. Of course, we had the qualifiers in Turkey, Europe, as well as the CIS region. So quite an influx of teams from all three of those territories.
Most definitely. It's going to be interesting. I keep saying that because it is going to be. It is going to be so interesting. I've missed this event. I mean, we've had season 3 was such fun, and season 4 is promising to be no different. As you said, you got some big teams coming in as the invites. You've got 3 different regions coming together here. I want to get into the action, man. I know that's coming up soon in today's matches. As I say that, you got the maps up here as well. So for week 1 and week 2 during the league stage, it will be 5 matches per evening per day, and then into the finals we'll be heading over into 6 matches a day. But the first one coming up here in just a minute is going to be Erangel, and DK, we're going to be looking at this one in particular to see how these teams might adapt to each other. I mean, obviously these teams are all playing scrims, they're all practicing with each other, but you know, every tournament is different, and this is one of the biggest ones of the year for these teams. So it's definitely one where you're going to try and get out of the way perhaps of certain teams, and maybe also get in the way of teams right off the bat.
Yep. I mean, you got to try all the different tactics that you can muster at this point. And I'm excited to see how this Erangel sandwich is going to work out, because we got Erangel up first, followed by a little bit of that Miramar spice coming in. And of course, we have to add the Rumble in the jungle, right? Heading all the way over into Sanhok. So I'm curious to see where the teams are going to decide to really up the ante, to really apply that pressure and try and push for as many points as they can find. And of course, they've got quite a bit of a variety of maps to try and do that on. But this is where we're going to ask you the difficult question.
Yes, I'm all ears.
A really difficult question. Seeing that you say you are looking forward to seeing what's going to be happening on Erangel, right? Match number 1. Do you have any potential predictions, any thoughts, anything that you would like to see going into the first match? Or are you going to go in with a clean slate?
You know what? Clean slate sounds really nice, actually. I might have to take the out there and go with a clean slate. I'm going to wait. But what about you, DK? If you've asked the question, you've got an answer.
I'm taking a very similar approach to the clean slate approach as well, right? Because seeing that we've seen these teams such a long while ago, there's so much that could have changed in the interim, right? The teams could definitely have focused quite a bit of effort on playing out very specific kind of tactics, rotations, positioning. There's so much that they could just have decided to bring to the table here. So I'm open to being pleasantly surprised to see what these teams are going to be willing to do and how hard they're going to try and push it. Of course, we are going to be keeping a close eye on the team that's been winning for the past 3 seasons, right? Because they've been doing something right across the board. So I want to see what their approach is going to be this season, because if you remember last season, right, they didn't quite make it up into the top 3. Now, the qualification works in such a way that the top 3 teams, as we saw in the graphic, make it straight into the finals, right? Galatasaray took the opposite approach. They opted for the play to work their way through week 1, week 2, and then only make their way into the finals. So by the time that they got there, I mean, they were just like in perfect form,
Yeah.
right? They knew exactly how they're going to look to execute that. So what I'm going to be looking at for this season is to see how the other teams are going to be looking to apply themselves, because we also have the Istanbul Wildcats, aka Next Ria, or well, not aka, but Next Ria added onto that name as well, right? So still same roster, but I want to see how the next Ria partner coming in alongside that Istanbul Wildcats is going to be applying that extra bit of performance as we step onto the battlefield. So I think we're going to be in for quite an exciting day. Usually day one is, where the team's trying to get themselves situated, trying to just establish themselves for the potential that could be leading towards their day number 2.
Yes, it is. It is. It's definitely a very establishing day as we head into our first game of the evening, first game of PMEWL Season 4. We're going into Erangel, DK, and we are looking good as the plane path goes straight across Millie Base Island.
Oh, yeah, that's definitely a good start. I mean, it does seem like it's leaning a little bit more towards that eastern side. So your usual suspects that like to move over to that more western side, over to Georgia Ball, North Georgia. You're going to have a little bit of a more challenging time to get themselves situated. But we know Millie, Novo, that's going to be hot, and spicy. Malta, I'm expecting a little bit of excitement maybe to work its way in there. But I don't know. Do you think we're going to see anybody moving up in towards Jasnaya?
Oh, definitely. There's got to be at least 1 or 2 teams that are going to take Yasnaya. I would be surprised if they didn't, because after all, if you've got a drop spot, you've got a drop spot, right? It's not necessarily going to be super hotly contested at all. I think probably people are a little wary of it because it's so close to the plane path. A lot more people are going to think it is going to be a hot drop, but I doubt that the team that actually uses it is going to feel particularly fussed about it. But you are seeing several teams at least go in that direction. Maybe they're trying to get over to Severny or something similar, but right now they're flying dangerously close to Yasnaya, and we may see a bit of a hot drop there, just like we're seeing all over the map as the zone. DK, the first game. It's the first game, and this is awful.
I mean, this is a good play, though, because this is where the teams have the opportunity to utilize their strategies, right? Yes, first game would have maybe liked something a little bit more kinder, but this is still, I think, a pretty good shift, because now it's going to come down right out of the gate to the teams that are going to be looking to secure essential positions, especially moving into this first phase, right? And then, of course, we are going to have other teams, as we usually do, that try to take a little bit more of a relaxed approach in the initial points of this game. Galatasaray, of course, right out of the gate, going to look to get right down to business as they actually go now hand in hand, or rather toe to toe, with the players here from Ace's house. So already quite a bit of heat right up in Bashiki. I mean, it's been a hot while since we saw this last.
It is, absolutely. I mean, it's just what we were saying right before the game, is you were wondering who's going to go up against Galatasaray, and since it's been a whole year since the last season, how have teams adapted, and how have Galatasaray adapted to those teams? And I think you're starting to see a little bit of that here. The first example is they're getting hot dropped on the first day, on the first game of the first day. And so far, it's not looking amazing for them. They do have 1 down and 1 dead, 2 down. So it's not looking super good, but you know what? They'll take it. They'll do what they can with it. And as for Aces, they're chilling. They've got a couple of eliminations right now, and it looks like it should be a clean sweep, but maybe it is going to be a good result for Galatasaray in the end. Nope, maybe not. Seema tries her best, but isn't able to do it. And Carly, she's all alone. She's 1 HP, and the full squad out to get her, and they get the job done. DK, Galatasaray are out early.
A great push, though, coming through here from Ace's house, right? They just put their name on that building, and they said, this is our house for now, seeing that it is in a nice, glorious big town where there's many buildings to choose from. They chose that one particular building, but, it's got to start somewhere. So Aces pulling the first one out of the hat right there, and we're left now with the remaining 17 teams. So this is also something that's slightly different, right? The first week, Day 1, Day 2 for each of the groups, we are going to be having all 18 teams in the lobby, right? Usually we see 16. But as we know, right, the first week is where we have to action a little bit of excitement to bring to these teams. So if you see the number 18, they don't be too stressed. Everything's okay, right? We just need to add more opportunities for carnage and aggression to make its way onto the battlefield.
Oh yeah, I'm always down for more carnage and aggression. It's always the most fun, and we're not being disappointed. We are off to a great start. If you're a viewer, maybe not if you're Galatasaray, but if you're a viewer, if you're watching this, it's awesome. It's really really good so far. You are seeing a lot of yellow bars on the side there on that leaderboard. It is meaning that they are lower health. They're not knocked. Don't worry. Not everybody's going down all at once. I was a little worried there for a second, but it's not. It's just that they don't have full health. It's fine.
Let me help you out, Nep. There's this lovely thing at the bottom called the legend, right?
Yes.
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 I'll just leave it at that. I won't say anything other than that.
Yeah, please do.
I'll just leave it right there.
Yeah, we're not going to talk about that. We're going to talk about Zeus. We're going to talk about Zeus. You know what? They've gone to Severny. They're chilling. They've got their Buggy and Kylie and Maisie. They're going to be making their way into zone. Are they going to take... Go on. Take it. Take the glider. Go on. Oh, nope. That's no fun. Nope. You're no fun. Boo.
No, they're going to come thundering down the pavement here. You know, just moving it up. Neptura is going to start to cry soon if somebody doesn't grab the glider. Or maybe just get a little bit misty-eyed, right? Something's going to happen, but ooh.
Oh.
Yeah. R8 also coming through with a few plays here along the way. Sapphire team making their way on in. I'm curious to see, though, where these teams are going to be looking to take occupancy, right? Are we going to see a mad scramble just moving up onto... Well, South George, right up into the container yard. Will we maybe have somebody looking to secure themselves a position up on the edge of Everest, right? There's so many places that the teams could look to move towards, and you still have 17 teams that are all going to be looking for a spot in this next phase.
Yeah, that's an interesting question, because if Galatasaray were still alive, you could bet they would be going straight for Everest, but right now, they're not in the picture. So that is open to other teams who might want that position instead. So it really is a big question, because in this zone, most likely it's going to be one of the most vital spots in the next couple of phases. So definitely one to keep an eye on, and as you said, where the rest of the team's going to go, right? Because as big as Everest is, it's set up in such a way that really only one team can really use it. Two teams maybe, but that's not really a good spot to be in if you're that second team up there. So the rest has to figure out where they want to go, and is that going to be South George? I don't know. It seems like it would be a good spot. Certainly on that west side, you don't have that many strategic positions that are so urban. But maybe if you don't want to go urban, that's where you do end up going onto the western coastline. There's a nice stretch of beach with a big peak on it. That's quite good. We'll just have to see. It's going to be interesting. Stage 1's a bit early to tell. I think teams are really still rotating because the hard shift was so hard. I think, we're going to take a little bit more time to figure out where they're going to go. But for now, Art Esports seem to have figured out where they're going. It's a 3-1 split across these buildings.
Yeah, not a bad split indeed. I mean, they dropped to the southern side of Pachinki, right, close towards Ferry, Gatka, that kind of area. So not such a wide rotation that we've seen come in on their end. But I'm curious about the teams that pushed all the way down to that Millie Island, right? Because something's going to happen on either the Western Bridge or the Eastern Bridge. And from what we saw at the start of the game, we had 4 teams dropping down in that region, right? So we had Boars Gaming in there. We had A3 Excellence also making a move. We had, I think it was Vio Esports. And then, of course, there was another team with them. And it might have been Script Monarchy that pushed all the way to that far southern edge. So I want to see if we're going to have any potential congestion coming through towards those far southern bridges, right? Because we did see a bridge here for a quick second, but this is all the way up north, up in North George, as TPS already out of the gate had a bit of a knock come in onto Cupquake. And, well, the devastation has been delivered, but we were talking about the teams earlier as well, right? TPS also one of those teams that we saw from the previous season, but the only player that we saw in the previous season from this team is unfortunately Cupquake, right? Everybody else here is new. We've not seen them in the previous season, right? They might not be new to the team, but of course, season-wise, So I'm curious to see how T-Pairs is going to be looking to perform here as well.
Yeah, he's going to be interesting. I mean, yes, Cupquake has the most experience in this roster, but you also have certainly all three of those other girls are well-known players to the league. So definitely hoping they can use that experience to keep up as a trio. As cars go flying, they need better experience in driving, it seems. Oh dear, Semina is down. Repna is looking a little low, a little worse for wear. I don't know what happened to her vehicle or if they got shot out of those vehicles. I don't know what's going on, but that was not good at all. And TPES looking like they might possibly be the next ones going down.
Yes, those Space-Key Thunderbolts. Right. Coming through from the side of Zeus here. Macy also just going to be looking to do some fishing here. So you've got Susu and Samina down in the drink, as we can see. An interesting angle. I mean, Repna could actually deliver quite a bit of a saving grace here to their teammates. But it also doesn't seem like Zeus is necessarily going to be looking to take such an aggressive push here. I mean, sure, yes, they did pop the vehicle on the way over the bridge, but we didn't see much of a follow-through from that point. We do, however, have a few hits coming in here on the back end from Cry, just looking to poke and prod their way through, just trying to provoke a little bit of something coming through here from the T-Pair side.
I mean, if I was Zeus, I honestly would push this. I know Repna is still up on that bridge, but the whole reason they took those shots was because if TPS crossed that bridge, then they would be gatekeeping Zeus because the zone has shifted slightly south. So now North George is no longer in the picture. So for Zeus, this is actually best case scenario. Yes, Repna's still on the bridge, we know, but two of her teammates, her only teammates left, are in the water, unable to do anything. So right now, it's a 4v1.
Oh, yeah, and that's quite a tough position to make much with. I mean, it's not going to get any better for anybody else either, right? As you can see, the teams all just cramming up. Not a lot of congestion, though, up on towards that position towards Everest itself. But what I'm liking is that nice open area down towards Quarry, right? This is where we are going to be seeing, I think, maybe a bit of a play, of course, depending on how the zone is going to be looking to upset the teams as it decides to move into that next phase. I mean, we did see Script Monarchy making their way in with that push from the southern side. So again, not a super aggressive play on their end, right? Just kind of pacing their way up as they move in. But speaking about pacing, though, we've got Skin Legacy also now looking to find a different approach here, because I'm pretty sure initially they were a 4-player team, but it was only 3 of them that made it into the actual game itself. So that in and of itself does maybe present a bit of a challenge here.
Oh, absolutely it does, because it's last minute, right? You don't have time to think about this. You're not going into the game as a 3-man. You're going in going, wait, one of our players hasn't made it in. So it is rough, and you have to really do something with that. I'm not sure that should have been this, though. Jerry21 trying to do some scouting, and it's not looking good for her at all. Too slow, too far out, I think, and gets caught between 2 different teams. Actually, A3 steal that elimination away from the Wildcats, so that's not a point going over to the Wildcats, at least. And sometimes there's a little bit of victory there, but if they got me, at least I didn't give them the point, you know, it went to somebody else. But yeah, so that's Skin Legacy down to a duo, and they do have a good compound. They're chill for now, but it might not be for long with the zone moving in less than a minute, and another Elim going, or at least a not going their way. I don't know. Do Wildcats push on this? I don't think so, but it's still difficult.
I mean, this is an interesting position with A3 up on the hill, also applying a bit of pressure. For Skin Legacy, this is definitely not the best spot to be in, but this is kind of the hand that they've been dealt, right? So I think the play here for them would just try to survive, maybe keep away from the windows, at least just for this point in time, right? Because the zone is getting ready to shift, and that will, of course, then determine how they are going to be looking to play this next move. Speaking of plays, though, we got Vio Esports also getting right down to business. They got AOR alongside them. The pushes are going to be making its way through. Aurora, though, getting brought down on their knees alongside Magenta. So I like this aggression coming through here from AOR. Kitty gonna try and set up that bang. Is it gonna work though? No, not close enough, but oh, beautiful read though coming through from AOR.
That's brilliant. Really nice cover of her teammate as well. Kitty should have been down there if it wasn't for the quick thinking. Oh, and runs into her own Molotov? No, surely not. I sure hope not, but that does push her back nonetheless. Chloe going back there. Now it's just down to her. And AOR did this really, really well. You can see this 2-2 split coming in from AOR on either side, and these compounds are hard to defend on a good day. So this is really well set up from AOR, but Chloe has to fight for it all, and so far the shots are she's just not hitting them. She hits one though, tries to get the finish, and it just doesn't happen. DK, she tried her best, she knew she was going out, she wanted at least 1 point, but it just was not on the table for this game.
I mean, that was a great comeback from AOR silently. And I was actually curious to see, and I wanted to mention this earlier, I was curious to see what Matesha is going to be doing, because we also didn't see Matesha play for the team previous season. So it does seem like AOR, they are looking quite comfortable, right? Nothing going all too crazy there. You say that, and there was just a few, you know, potential knocks coming in their direction. None of that resulted in eliminations. And speaking about potential, we are moving all the way up onto Everest. Right, so for a lot of our teams situated down low, this is going to be an uphill battle, no pun intended, as they are going to be looking to get themselves secured up on the high ground. And this is where things are going to get very hairy. As you can see, Zeit Gazit also now making their way on through here. Zeus caught out in the open, and they just down to one player now.
Oh dear, how did that happen? Unfortunately, we didn't see it on the feed. I would love to know what happened there, because they were looking very strong, but now, as you said, they're just down to a solo behind a hay bale as well, and that car is not long for this world, so she's kind of stuck between a hay bale and a hard place, and it's not going to be very good for her unless she can just really, really survive. I mean, she's not even in zone, it looks like, if I'm reading that correctly, which might be a good thing, because now IDA also are not in zone, and so that they have to move as well. But yeah, as you're right, it does go up, the zone does go up to Everest, and you did see one of the teams already up there, but apart from that, it's kind of empty onto that north side. I think we had a bit of a hard shift. A lot of teams thought it was going to go further down south, and it just hasn't. So now we're looking for this big push, and fights are happening quickly now.
Yeah, and this is what we kind of expected to see, as the teams are going to get pushed closer and closer together. Enigma also maybe trying to play a little bit of a strategic angle here. I mean, Script Monarchy, they have to push for it, right? The zone is behind Enigma, so they're going to try and at least secure a little bit of an angle, potentially even making their way through the Enigma dolls. You can see, the shots starting to connect on up. Kiki also just pushing in, just trying to bring in that slight bit of a reinforcement here. I like what Akulka is doing here with the utility, really moving the opposing team around, right? Nobody can get any kind of security or certainty as to which way around they're going to look to push it, and now it's going to be full send. Well, almost, as Script to secure themselves a few more hits along the way, and there's only one player standing between them and that full squad wipe. But of course, it is going to be Kiki, but this is where Script needs to be so careful. As you can see, quite a few teams also playing from within that zone, so the pressure is on. They got to decide, right? Are they going to look to push, get that finish, or maybe play for the security of the safe area?
Yeah, hard to tell. I think they do want this elimination, but Kiki has a few tricks up her sleeve. That's a great nade. She does go down, but doesn't go down to who she was fighting. It's a backstab. Yeah. A3 come in and grab that last elimination. That's very sneaky from them, and it's especially sneaky because they're in a hard spot themselves. They've just had a knock onto them. They're out in the open, not exactly in zone right now. And yeah, it's interesting that they would go for that. They're trying to get as many points as possible. As DK, the zone has another hard shift. We're going to hospital now. It's not really even on Everest. And you see all those teams on the south side, and you see S2 over by Ruins. It's a really hard day for them so far.
It does look to be quite a bit of a hard day, but I gotta commend the tenacity of these teams, right? We see Ace's house already just mobilizing, getting ready to push as soon as that zone popped. Unfortunately, it doesn't always necessarily go according to plan. As you can see, G7 quickly having to abandon that vehicle, but no, it's Schmiegel also making a bit of a play here. We got Tamped. Also, out in the bushes. Not necessarily the most secure angle to go for, as we do also then say goodbye to A3 Excellence. They had a moment of glory, but they got sent away with at least that full squad wipe that we saw coming their way. But now the pressure is on, right? Like, we've got the Wildcats. They are applying quite a bit of pressure, as we saw on the edge of that zone, right? Quite a bit of a feature being made up in that elimination feed. And now it is going to be Zayt also looking to push further and further through as they now make it up into the northern reaches of the zone.
You know what's crazy is that... Oh, I saw that, Darcy. You know what's crazy, though, is that no one is in that squad house. No one's there, and they're not going for it either. Okay, it's out of sight of zone, but still, you would have thought that if somebody was there, they would be holding on to that position for at least a little while longer. But luckily for them, there's no one in their path to try and stop them, so they're going to have a nice smooth sail into the north side of zone. Boars Gaming Logica is going to have a little bit of a harder time. She's got teams behind her, teams in front, and it's a little bit tricky because that full squad does know that she's there. And as a solo, it's going to be difficult, but she has the new M79, the smoke launcher, the smoke grenade launcher. So hopefully she can do something with that. Well, she had. Yeah, there was no more bullets in that, was there?
Ammo is all depleted. It's all out. I mean, we can see it being evident on the screen, right?
Yeah.
So much smoke all over the place. Fortunately, where there's a smoke in PUBG, there's not necessarily a fire, unless there's mollies involved. But here we go. It is going to be Ida. Also just looking for a bit of an angle, bit of a position. R8 Sapphire, though. I like this position on the edge of Everest. It was great in the previous phase. Now they got to find a way to get themselves secured. And I think it is going to require quite a bit of cleaning up ahead of them. We do say goodbye to 2 more additional teams. We did see them getting taken out there. That was S2 as well as Boars Gaming. Oh, but a nasty nade, though, finding its way in.
Repna getting the double knock with that nade. Really nice stuff, and follows it up with another just as good, and another. Oh my goodness, TPES go out for blood here. Absolutely out for blood with these grenades, and they're doing such a good job with them. TPES, these warehouses are very hard. I don't like them at all, and TPS are really holding down the fort really admirably. So GG's there. They do have 1 more knock on their side, but those 4 eliminations so far, top 12, I mean, it's a pretty good result.
Yep, things are looking good, but it's not looking good here for Skin Legacy, as they are going to be trying to hold on, but unfortunately they get denied access, as quite a bit of aggression now has been sent in their direction. Ida also still going to be trying to wiggle their way up into this next phase, but we do have the Wildcats next. Roya just locking it down, as you can see. Melcy and the rest of the team just looking nice and steady. I mean, that is quite the position for them to be holding, right? So controlling, so dominating, as it is going to pose quite a bit of a threat, especially down onto the southern side. It might even help for that northern approach, but wow, where are these hits coming in from?
They're coming in from everywhere all at once. It's crazy, and this is the kind of stuff you love to see, but they're just going for it. It's full send, and that's where the fun really is. Here they all come. They're full sending onto the Wildcats, and what else can you do, DK? There's not much else you can do in this zone. It's all taken, so you got to do something. At the moment, Art have 1 down, 2 down, 1 dead now, just down to a solo. Twizzle, she's got to do something, but I think the Wildcats know exactly where she is. She's blocked by those cars as well, but she hides. She hides inside the vehicle. Ooh. They don't know.
Ooh. Okay, this could be big. This could be big. Twizzle now. Oh, there we go. First hit. Does make a bit of a connection. Gets the knock though. Oh, and of course, the finishing blow coming in. I mean, that was a very artful push that we did see coming through there. But, of course, the Istanbul Wildcats next. Roya got themselves their 9th elimination for now, right? They're not done yet, but the pressure is going to come on through, as we do have the plays here from AOR silently just sneaking up on the ridge. We do say goodbye to yet another team, as we are now left with only 4. And I mean, it is such a scattered zone, right? Nobody is really holding any dominant position within this current phase.
And the worst part of that is that the new zone doesn't really have any dominant position at all. There's no hills, there's no ridges. It's just open ground between the warehouse and the hospital hill. So this is the worst possible zone it could have been for these teams, especially these teams like the Wildcats and AOR, who have such dominant positions, now have to leave them and go into basically traps.
And a trap going to be quite costly at this point. But so far, it does seem like the Wildcats kind of making it out of there. Shanks, unfortunately, just getting uprooted. I mean, one made it through at least. I guess that's better than none. But what is going to happen with the rest of the team as the carnage and devastation now falls upon them, as we do say goodbye to those Wildcats as they get shipped on back. Final 3 teams left here. We've got AOR silently. We have the players, of course, then from R8 Sapphire, all going up against the team from TPES, as Neptune would call them out on that northern edge. And essentially, they're the only team that has something in the zone.
Yes. And this is where their strength lies. If they're going to be smart about this, they need to just play it very carefully, very quietly, and very slowly. They should not be looking for eliminations at this point. They should be looking to be inching their way into that northern part of the zone, get the zone, and just stay there, because these two are fighting it out. They will do the eliminating for you, and you've just got to clean up afterwards. And so far, R8 are coming up on top of this, out on top in this fight, as AOR do try their best, but it's not going to be quite enough, except that nade could change things. DK, another one. Will it find the mark? Yes, it does!
Ooh. Matesha, though, just so devastating with the utility here. But of course, a little bit of that DBS, or the don't be silly as I like to call it now, making its way on through the M4. Quick little bit of a spray here as Mali comes in, but does not get the clutch. And Nista now going to try and defend with the Tommy gun in hand, and that is it. R8 Sapphire now having to make their way out of here. It is down to the final 2. 11 team eliminations already on board here for ARR. TPS now going to be feeling the heat being turned on up. It is a 3v3 battle for our very first winner chicken dinner, and Anissa goes down.
My goodness, I thought TPES weren't ready for this. They were doing their own thing, and all of a sudden, AOR descend, but Repna is doing the work. She's just a solo. Can she do it? It's a 1v1 at the moment. Kitty versus Repna, and those nades are looking really good, but it bounces. It would have found its mark if it hadn't bounced, so Repna is saved by the bell just a little bit there. But what can she do with this new opportunity? Kitty's going to heal up. She's got more health than Repna does. Or they're same now. But it's a 1v1. What's going to happen? Oh, smokes. All right, smokes. Good sign. She's got utility. Not anymore. That was her last smoke. She's got to do this play here and now.
Yeah, I mean, Repna at least now still has a bit of an opportunity to try and get out of that pressure zone. Ooh, it is getting scary. As Kitty now just fishing for a few of those hit markers. Unfortunately, Repna not going to be making it to their teammates. So it is now officially a 1v1 showdown. Kitty v Repna. Utility now getting pushed all the way across. As you mentioned, those HP bars looking very similar. But for Kitty, though, this is a beautiful position, right?
Whoa!
Nice hard cover, but that doesn't matter as Repna just rips on through the corner there. It is a phenomenal victory and our first chicken of the day secured.
Nice. Well done. What a nade coming in from Repna there to win it. I mean, they should have won that, right? TPS had it in the bag, but then it goes down to a 1v1. And it is the nade in the end to get it back. I thought they were going to go for that res in the smoke, and my jaw was on the floor. But they weren't able to do it, but it didn't matter. She got those utils anyway, and she got the job done. A big GG's to TPES for winning our first match of the day, of the tournament, in style.
I mean, what a way, right? What a way to kind of, set the standard right out of the gate. But the pressure is going to be on as we'll take a look to see exactly what the point situation is, right? Who scored what, when, where, and why? Well, we know why, but we'll find out all the rest of the details pretty soon. And I think this is a good way to kick off the proceedings, right? I mean, all the
Mhm.
teams looking so proactive, nobody really bringing in any strategic delayed rotations or anything like that. Everybody just being very active, looking to get themselves right in the money. And of course, we were talking
Mhm.
about TPES coming through with a glorious 7 eliminations. And of course,
Yeah.
well, why is it quiet on your end, Nemchura? Because we've got 1,000 damage on screen.
Yeah, it's team damage. It's not individual damage, DK. Come on.
That's
Come
not
on.
how it works.
It is absolutely how it works. It is. When I see an individual player have 1,000 damage, then you might hear some bell noises. But until then,
Mm.
there's no noise from me. But it is a very good result nonetheless, right? 1,000 damage with those 7 eliminations and only 841 taken. So, and most of that in that final fight with those 2 going down as well. So, very nicely done. A very efficient result from them, a very efficient game from TPES, and it puts them in a good mood for the next game, right? Of course, it is Miramar. It's not going to be Erangel, but still, you carry a little bit of that momentum, a little bit of that feel good in from the first game into the second, and we can expect some good things from them.
Yeah, of course. You could always, take the first match as a bit of a litmus test to see exactly what could potentially be coming on through. And of course, as we can see, 65 eliminations. I don't think that number is ever really going to change all too much because we only have so
True.
many players in the lobby, right? So if the number went up much further than that, I'd be worried as to why. But of course, we do see some nice range action coming in here as well, right? 347 meter hit, the longest hit played. But you can see quite a bit of that assistance being applied here as well, right? 24 revives have been secured. And of course, no shortage of utility either.
No, 189 is a crazy number. I mean, we've seen it a lot bigger, and I expect to see it a lot bigger, probably coming into the Miramars and the Sanhoks particularly. But it is a big number to start off on. We are setting the bar quite high for those throwables used, and also longest elimination distance. It's nice to see that we're using some of those long range weapons as well. A3, of course, it's A3 up on that slight ridge in the hill south of Georgia Pole. Is a good spot to get those long range eliminations done, and she does get it done here. 347 being the longest distance elimination as well. But the MVP of the match, of course, is going to be Repna. 756 damage. 5 out of 7 of their eliminations are hers, including the last one. So big GG's going over to Repna there, and we'll see what she can do in the next game. I really hope she doesn't die first. Now that I've said that, we know what I'm like.
I'm just
That would be
silently shaking
unfortunate.
my head.
No, I'm sorry.
Fortunately. Right, so if anything was to happen to Repna, everybody knows now who to point the finger at.
I'm sorry.
Neptura, because she does this sometimes. But
I
yeah,
do this.
a big
Anyway.
shout out going out to Repna for pulling off our first MVP, but it is going to be time for
Yeah.
the points. As you can see, AOR obviously securing themselves a very, very strong position there because they were so heavy with those eliminations, right? 13 eliminations does put them all the way up onto 19 total points. But of course, as we look a little bit further down, right, at least the top 6 teams, right, they were quite active, securing those eliminations, trying to get in as much as they could. I mean, A3 as well as Aces also locking in those 4 eliminations on the board as well. So it shows you eliminations, they go a long way, right? You don't necessarily always get the opportunity to push further than that. The same thing, of course, we can say there for Script Monarchy as well. So it is looking good, even though it was just only the first match.
Yeah. No, it's looking very strong for a lot of these teams, and most of these teams can feel good about what they've got. Most of them did get some elimination, some points on the board, and it's something that we see always with the Women's League, right? With the Wonder League and the women's teams in it, is they're always heavy on those eliminations. It's always action-packed. So this is a really good start, but I have no doubt we will be seeing a lot more of it. And I thought that 1556 was damage. I was about to do it, but it is Repna, so it's survival time, not damage. So I will withhold the bell for now.
Yeah. This is why I like Legends, right? Legends are amazing. They go such a long way, but you got to give it up to the Legends that we have on screen right here out of the gate, securing themselves a good start. And Yeah, we got Elam, Kitty, and Repna all just doing what they need to do. And of course, match number 1, right? That was it. We still have 4 more to go. We still have another Erangel to come, as well as 2 more Miramars, and of course, a little bit of that Sanhok action. I'm expecting to see quite a bit of insanity and craziness once we make it up into the jungle, right? When the teams start to rumble, because I think the first 2 games, things are where, as I said before, it's the litmus test, right? Teams are just testing the water to see what the approach is, what the play is. And I think once we hit Sanhok, that is where we are going to be seeing a slight change in how the teams approach the battlefield.
Yeah, the Sanhok is always my favorite to watch competitively because that's where all the real action starts. And you're right, it's a nice bit in the middle of the evening, so you will start to see teams start to settle in, and it's always a really good time in the evening as well, that third game. But we have to wait for Sanhok, as we have to wait for Miramar for just a little while longer. We are going to be getting into a short break, so don't go anywhere while we go away for a few minutes, and we'll be right back with Miramar.
by the powers of the four guardians. Throughout your cultivation journey, you'll run into various encounters and challenges. Sometime into a match, spirit collecting bells will appear, and all surviving teams will be separated into groups. Each group is assigned one spirit collecting bell, whose location is visible to members of the teams in the group. Approach the bell and interact with it for supplies to drop and to activate a countdown. You can sound the bell repeatedly during this time. Each interaction provides supplies and shortens the countdown. The elemental powers will form a crate at the end of the countdown, after which the spirit collecting bell will run out of power.
Welcome back, everybody. Here we go. We've had a big game for game number 1, and we're starting to get into game number 2 in just a couple minutes, and I can't wait, DK, because oh my god. We're gonna be, if Erangel was that heavy with all the action, then Miramar is gonna be huge, because a lot of these teams, for them, Miramar is their best map, and so they're gonna be looking for a lot of points on the deserts.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see who's going to be those ones to step up and shine, because, I mean, right out of the gate, a very exciting start to the proceedings here, but it's going to ramp up. And, I mean, it could be going in so many different directions, right? We could see anybody, as you said, that performs better when it comes to the map of Miramar, choosing this next match to be the one in which they start to crank in a few of those additional points, right? Looking to see how far they can push and maybe even secure themselves up ahead, trying to contend. Because as we know, by the end of, not tomorrow, but the day thereafter, right? This group's tomorrow, which would be their second day of play. Only a few teams are going to be making it through that will have the opportunity to either make it up into that direct qualification for finals, or that are going to have to make it into our next week of action gameplay. So there's going to be a little bit of pressure. You definitely don't want to be sat in the bottom 3 seats, right? 16, 17, 18, you don't want that, right? You're going to try and push up. But this is where I want to ask you, though, Neb, what would your approach be, right? Would you go for top 3 qualification in the first week, or would you go for that 4th to 15th position qualification instead?
I think I'd probably go for the 13th to 5th, or the 3rd to 15th, to be honest. I think I would probably do it that way. I think it's less pressure from the beginning, and also gives you a lot more practice with the same teams that you're going to be fighting in the finals. If you're confident that you can get a really good result in that week 2, then by all means, go for it. If you feel like you're playing really, really well and you're not so sure that next week is going to be as good for you, then by all means, go for that top 3, get as many eliminations, get as many placement points as you can, and then just do it that way and see how the cookie crumbles, as you like to say.
Yes, I mean, it could crumble in a lot of different ways. The most important thing is to have your cup of milk with it there, right? Because first you twist it, then I'm not going to complete the rest of that sentence. But yes, that's the way it goes. So I'm curious to see just who's going to take which approach, right? Because I think realistically what would make a lot more sense, as I've said before, and as you just said as well, going for that 4th to 15th position gives you a lot more practice, gives you a lot more opportunity to really refine your angles and your positions, and you know where you got to look to rotate to, especially going up against these strong teams. Because I mean, let's make no mistake, these ladies, they're pretty good, right? They're pretty dang good. We've seen them for 4 seasons, so I think this is such an amazing opportunity to really hone in on a lot of these skills that we see being showcased out on the battlefield. And I want to see where it gets taken to next, right? What kind of evolution is there going to be, right? How are these teams going to try and surprise everybody? Because all of that can all happen in one single game, right? It could happen in the next match. We don't know.
Right.
It's going to happen soon, hopefully.
Very soon as possible, as we get into Miramar. It's our second game of the evening, and we are ready to go. And you were talking about surprises and adapting and things like that, but DK, the zone. Where's the zone going to go? Are we going to get a surprise from the good old circle shift, or is it going to be nice to us this time? We'll have to see. So far, the plane path is a little more southern than most of these teams would like it. Not many people go down to these areas, maybe 1 or 2 teams. But other than that, not too much traffic down to the south side of Miramar generally. So it's going to be a bit of a hike for the rest of these teams who want to make it up to that north side. But it really is all about where this zone goes, DK.
I've got a sneaky suspicion that it's either going to go in the direction there of Crater Fields or El Azhar. one of those two spots. I hope I'm wrong, because that would be very exciting as well. But I'm expecting it's kind of going there somewhere, because that's sometimes what we see when this flight path is present.
True.
So
Mm-hmm.
I'm curious as to what the teams will be dealt with. But I like this the start that we have. Good, decent spread. Not a lot of congestion coming into the angles, right? Via Del Mar down on that southern side. As you can see, Vio, they are not going to be disturbed anytime soon, right? I think that's a good nice reclusive position maybe to go for. They can get themselves looted up. They don't have to stress about anybody looking to contest. And of course, there's not that much loot there, but well, there we go.
Okay.
I mean, it's kind of almost in between there. Greater Fields at least included in the initial circle. Maybe the game will finish up there, but who knows,
Maybe.
right? The teams will have to tell us and show us who's going to lock down which position here.
I mean, so far, the zone, far better than the one on Erangel, right? It's far less harsh. It's not so much of a hard shift. And a lot of the teams are already in it. So we are seeing a big density of teams over by Los Leones, as one might expect, but also in the surrounding areas. So we might see a little bit of contest going on down there as those teams try and get inside the zone or get further in it if they already are inside. But for the rest of the lobby, you're looking like it's going to be a fairly quiet first couple of minutes. They can just loot up, they can chill, they can plan ahead, because this zone has a lot of variables. There's a lot of different areas, a lot of different terrain to navigate, and for most of these teams, they will have to pass through those areas. So there's got to have to be a lot of planning involved for the next couple of phases.
Yeah, but as we know, that's what these teams are good at, right? Because a lot of strategy needs to go in as to how they're going to be looking to get themselves situated and played through. And this is what I like about the map of Miramar, right? This is my favorite map. I know we don't play it all that often, but I like this map a lot, right? This is the one I use to rank, and
Same.
it just works so great, because you of course have a bit of an opportunity to get those long range hits in. We did see a mini there, was it? No. Okay, we've got a QBZ and a UMP. All the acronyms now getting just flung all in one position here. But okay, right. So pretty soon, Burf is going to decide on how they're going to look to play this one out. As Twizzle, I think, is maybe going to hope for a little bit of a different outcome, right? Erangel was a little bit tough, right? It was a bit sweaty, but it's okay. It's okay. The desert, I hope, is maybe going to be sweaty in a different way, right? Just applying itself onto these teams.
That sun is a lot hotter on the desert than it is in Erangel, I have to say. I do like what some of these teams are going for with the Tommy gun. Tommy is one of my fave weapons. I don't use it that often, but when I do, I kind of pop off, and it's such a nice gun to use. So I like that teams are starting to use that we're seeing it on Miramar. I think it's a super efficient weapon. So I'm curious to see how fights turn out now that a couple of people aren't using the Tommy gun, but maybe R8 don't have the opportunity to even use it because they're getting shot down. And I think R8 are able to escape this, but yeah, going straight into or in between different teams on their rotation in, it's going to be difficult for them with that bus.
And I think that's part of the difficulty, especially looking at how south that flight path was, right? You can only reach so far away from the flight path. The rest of the way, you're going to have to try and get in a vehicle, get yourself secured, and then make a mad dash, as we already see the teams on screen doing right here. But I'm curious as to how everything's going to look to play out of here. I mean, of course, this is Los Leones that we are... No, this is not Los Leones.
Is it Cobb?
But, sorry?
I think it's Cobriera.
Cobriera.
Yeah,
La Cobriera. Yes. Up onto the northern side, close to the edge of zone. I mean, the buildings look almost the same. I'm looking at the mini map, not the ones in front of us. I maybe should have looked there first, right? Because that would have said, because as you can see up on the north, that shipyard, container yard thing. Yes, I mean, it's pretty obvious as to where we are. But I'm curious to see where Boars are going to be looking to take this one, because as we know, previous game, they obviously opted to try and find themselves a few more points as they got served a beautiful platter of donuts. Definitely got to be looking to maybe play a little bit more of a stronger game coming into number 2.
Yeah, I agree. And with a bigger map as well, it is going to be easier to find those elimination points. Sorry, not elimination, placement points. It might be a little bit easier to do so, just because the map is a little bit bigger. There's a little bit more space to hide. You can rotate further away from teams and then, you know, hole up in a compound or in a hill if you really want to. If you're really going for those placement points, that is easier to do on this map. So hopefully for some of those teams that didn't do as well on Erangel as they would have liked to have done, we might see a quieter game from them in game 2, seeing as you have time to do so. You might see that happening here. R8 Sapphire, she's south of Saint Martin still, and she is a solo, which is going to be interesting to see. You see a lot of these big splits coming through as well. Skin Legacy not one of those teams, but it is interesting how many teams are rotating kind of on their own in many of these shots that we're seeing here on the deserts of Miramar. But I tell you what, DK, and that might all change in a second, but there's no knocks found so far. Never mind. I'm so sorry. I keep doing this.
You just
I
had
had
to say that.
I was like,
Yeah.
oh look, no eliminations. That's crazy. Never mind. And an M24. Lara, you queen, you legend. You're using a sniper on Miramar. Let's go.
Yeah, I don't know, but something gives me the feeling that you might maybe like the M24.
A little bit.
A wild guess, right? Just
Maybe.
a wild guess. But yeah,
Any
here we go.
sniper.
Nice little bit of spray going through from Melly as well, just trying to reach up all the way onto that top ledge, and that's the difficulty of the body bus, right? It moves so quickly, as we can see. Look at this, going at Mach 27, flying up the side of that hill. But it is also quite a bit of a magnet when it comes to the rounds getting fired in towards it. Lara, in the meanwhile, just securing the vehicle, making sure that there's no harm coming onto that vehicle, at least not for now. But this is where we look to see how the teams are going to look to play it out, right? Because we did have a bit of an interesting drop though coming through here, and of course R8 not taking a super aggressive push at this current point, right? Just kind of holding nice and steady. And I think it's quite a respectable play here to be making, especially seeing that, right, we've got San Martin just over on towards that eastern side, or western side rather, of their current positioning. So there could be a few teams maybe looking to either funnel through here, right, moving to the east or to the west. So big brain play. But now Lara has to try and secure that hit with the M24. I mean, have we seen a longest Elam? Not just yet, but this could be maybe one in the making.
It definitely could be. I love how they're playing this. As you said, they're playing this very smartly. Yeah, there goes one elimination there. But I like how they're playing this a lot because they're using that open ground to their advantage. They know Lara has an M24, and they were trying to bait them out and try and get them to peek so that she could headshot. So a really nice team play there from them. It's not going to get them many eliminations. It's just that first one, that initial knock does go down as Gucci just gets seen, angle is spotted, and down she goes. But the help is here. Hasiko, she's ready to help her teammates here, as that's a second knock as well. And IT should be looking to push this pretty quickly.
It could be quite a bit of a challenging angle here for R8 now to secure. And unfortunately, Lara, I don't quite see Lara being able to reach all the way in from here. It is quite a bit of a range. So that is going to really put Lara to the test, as now Lara has mobilized, gets ready to bring in a little bit of that reinforcement. But a great play coming through here from Taste, though, right? They just not wasting any time. They had that knock. That was their cue to now try and apply the pressure. They are going to be looking to push on forward. Hasiko was going to be peeking up the window, popped out the side, does come in for a bit of a strafe. Ooh, beautiful hit, though. That Uzi is going to be quite devastating onto the side here. You could almost taste it, right? But no. R8 Sapphire, not out of the woods. We do have Lara getting ever closer. Is it going to be enough, though? Hasiko, beautiful drop shot. There goes for another one. That is 2-3 down. One player remains now from the side of Taste. I mean, Hasiko coming in with a near clutch.
Who needs Lara? They were like, nah, you can stay out there. We'll deal with it. It's all good. And she deals with it for sure in style. Hasiko with a 1v3. Lara does join up eventually. That's bought her time to come in and help. But Hasiko, she's done it all on her own there. And they are going to be getting that res. Unfortunately for R8, the res does come through. So the 1v3 is really just a 1v2. But we still saw it on there. And then she goes and does it again. Pew Pew this time goes down, bringing it back up to the 1v3. But that's up to 4 eliminations just for her. She's on fire, so she's praying they don't go down here. They're going to do their best, of course, but she has so much more to offer here. She can just get through this fight. I mean, she's not done yet.
Yeah. So quite a bit still to come. Speaking of which, though, we are going to be hopping straight over onto Zeus and the players here from the side of Boars as the shot now starts to connect on through. Quite a bit of evasive maneuvers going on the edge there of the Boars gaming team. Kali just trying to swap through, trying to pick the appropriate weapon now to maybe lay into the side of them, but it doesn't seem like there's going to be all that much happening just yet. S2 Female also going to be looking to get themselves situated as they are also still to push on in. But this is where things are going to be getting rather quite interesting as we make our way heading in from that power plant area. The pushes now slowly starting to progress further and further on down as the teams look to get themselves secured. Of course, we've just made it into stage number 2. So that blue... well, the blue rather of phase number 2. So the pressure is going to be on. Teams need to huddle, right? They need to get themselves up into that zone. And this is where the excitement just gets ramped up.
It does, but I worry for Boars here. This is not the best position considering how much open space there still is in zone, right? It's not like it's a zone 5 where there's not much room for them to go. I think they could have chosen a better spot here. It's very low ground and there's a lot of hills surrounding them, so if anybody comes past them, they could very easily get taken out here. So I'm hoping maybe they'll use this this fight as an opportunity to skedaddle, because S2 look to want to contest Power Grid here. And so far, doing well-ish. 2 down for them. Maybe not.
Yeah, that was you were nipping that thing right there.
I was.
So it's now down to
Nipping
Swan.
it in the bud right there.
Sure, we'll go with that. We'll go with that. I'll just stop at nipping. You can nip wherever and whatever you like, but I'll just stop at nipping. And S2, yeah, being put in a very difficult angle, difficult spot though. But AOR,
Whoa.
ooh, what a play! As the shots connect on N Swan is going to be the last hopeful left here. AOR also getting pushed up against the fence. This is a tricky play, but Swan. Absolutely phenomenal play. That utility just connecting exactly when and where it needed to. Freya now, of course, could get raised up as well. That is going to be the play, but unfortunately, it is going to be Matesha that is going to be denying that eventuality, and the pressure is on. Of course, just a little bit further down on the southern side, we can see more of that coming through here as A3 also now just looks to hold on to a little bit of territory here.
Boars are also getting a little curious. You do see that one scout just trying to figure out what's going on and if they can attack, if they can take advantage of this. Power Grid would be an advantageous spot to have. So it's worth their while to check it out. But at the moment, it is all S2 female coming in here. It's a 1v1, it looks like. I mean, it's interesting because AOR did have this really locked down, and yep, she continues to have it locked down. Matasha, getting that name, knows exactly where she is, and she is going to have to stay as a solo, but at least she stays, right? At least she doesn't go back to the lobby, and that's just something she's going to have to work with for the rest of the game. The best they can hope for now is a decent placement to get those extra points on the board, but a good fight from both sides, I think. I think both of them played that well. And it just comes down to who can hit the shots better.
Well, that and whose shots connect up enough.
Yeah, that's always that.
Consistently enough. But speaking of consistency, here we go. It is Dixtree also just trying to pop in a few sprays here as Ace's house also trying to get themselves a little bit more secure towards that southern side. A very risky play out in the open, knowing that Dixtree is on the edge here. But of course, well, you got to risk it if you want those biscuits, as they do push on in. But look at this, though. Up on the hills, right? Up on the high ground. There's a specific team positioned on high, right? The last bit of their name rhymes with high as well. It's Galatasaray on high.
Yep.
That could be quite an interesting spot. I mean, that 2-2 split, at least from what we can see, that's quite a strong angle, especially down towards the southern side.
Yeah, I was just laughing because she's all the way up there. Just her name tag's in the sky right now because she's got the highest of high grounds. They're all solidly inside this new zone. 2-2 split. They are mad about what happened in Pachinki last game. They are so mad. They've got the best spot and they are looking to put that to good use. We really have to watch out for, I mean, we don't. The other teams have to really watch out for that four.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I understood when you said we. It's like we,
Oui, oui.
c'est ça. But in any case, if you don't mind, Ace's house are going to try and lock it down, as you can see. Script Monarchy also now just on the very edge of zone. And this is where things get a little bit interesting, as we do have Art now looking to contest, not only for possession of a little bit of ground here, maybe of the vehicles, but there's going to be quite a bit of a trade-off here. Both teams, of course, know the urgency they find themselves in, right? They need to get their butts back into zone, but it is going to be unlucky now, keeping a very close eye, looking to maybe make Art a little bit more unlucky here, or try and pick up the teammates, either which of those could suffice here, but it is going to be Script Monarchy now, just looking to find their foothold, right? They have a two-piece, and I would maybe say, get the heck out of Dodge, right? Leave Art right where they are.
Oh, but they're not. They're full sending. Oh, I don't like this at all, DK. You're right. The duo should have just left. I'm not sure what happened, though, because the two that are knocked are on the side where they should have been able to be covered by their teammates, but we didn't see the full fight here. They are going to try and get at least one res and get that support going. We'll see how that works, but honestly, I think I would have just dipped. I mean, I'm sorry, I have to leave you behind, but it has to be done, right? It's game 2. We need those points.
I mean, that could have been a tactic, right? But we'll find out how this is going to play out, of course, now for both two. Both two, yes. That's how the numbers work.
Both two.
For both teams. There we go. Makes more sense. Both teams involved in this altercation. Let's see if Monarchy can maybe get a little bit of something there. Nice bit of molly spray. Is it going to find anything, though? It does seem like the answer is no. So, I mean, Monarchy, right? They've got their team somewhat back on their feet. This would be the opportunity to, get that knock and get out of Dodge, right? Get out of the blue zone. They've got such a long way to go and not a crazy amount of meds left.
No, they're using them all. They need them for later on. And the journey to the zone, they've got 1,300 meters to go, I think, at this point, with the amount of meds they have. They know they just have to win it and then die to zone. I don't think they're going to get out of zone here. So they're going to just try and go for as many points as possible. It's a shame, but it is what has to be done at this point. That's the decisions they've made that have led them to this point here. AOR do go out with 4 eliminations, so our number 1 team right now go out a little bit earlier than they might have liked. As we head on over to teams who are actually inside of zone, the Istanbul Wildcats next, Rhea. And they're playing it more quietly than I would have expected from a team like this, right? Normally, I would expect a little bit more of a split, a little bit more aggression, a little bit more control. But right now, they're huddled up downhill, and they seem to just be trying to get inside a zone and work their magic from there.
I mean, it's okay, right? They do have 9 eliminations that they found in the previous round, so I don't think we need to be all too worried about them, right? Another team that is going to be looking for points, right, of any kind is going to be the Boars, right? As we know, previous match, unfortunately, not quite in a position where they got themselves, where they got their hands on a few of those points. So, yeah, there's the opportunity for a little bit of a push now to continue on through, rather, as the teams all look to cram on in. We're just over towards that eastern side of Monte Nuevo. Of course, Power Grid just off in the distance. Galatasaray is still going to be holding onto quite a phenomenal angle here, right? Holding up on the high ground. And what's great about that is they can just rain down carnage, similar to what Boars Gaming is doing right here. But you still got to watch out for that blue, because the big bad blue zone, it's nobody's friend.
It really isn't. And you can play with it a little bit, but you can't tell it what to do. So it will do its thing. And right now, the Wildcats are trying to do their best. They've been third-partied here. Or rather, they're getting third-partied by Galatasaray as R8 charge in. And at the moment, just fighting for their chance to get inside the next zone. 300 meters out. And Istanbul look to have done a pretty good job here. They've held their own as they usually do, but now they're looking for their exit. They're looking for their escape route, and right now, Zeus are in the middle of it, in the way of their freedom. So now that's the next target for them. Meanwhile, Galatasaray, DK, look, they're just looking at each other. They're just calling across the hills. They're just going, hey,
Yeah.
what's up? Anything on your end? No. Oh, okay, cool. They're chilling.
Yeah, doing the echo test.
Yep.
Echo.
Echo. Exactly.
I mean, but Seema though is gonna be just keeping a nice little eye on things. Seeing Jerry there from Skin Legacy, right?
Mm-hmm.
If anyone can, Jerry can.
Yes. Okay. No. Chat. Roast him now. That was uncalled for.
I just couldn't. I couldn't resist.
You
I
couldn't
hold
help
it in
yourself.
anymore. I just had to like.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Anyway, we can move on here now to Galatasaray as they push in. Again, a lot of these teams, it looks like we've had a hard shift down to the southwest side. So all those teams up on the hills, everybody who was so secure and ready to fight, have to now rotate. And look at this push, really well timed here by this team. And we move on, and Galatasaray down to a duo. That was very, very well pushed upon. Will they make more use of it? I don't know, but Galatasaray looking to make a hasty exit.
Yeah, that's what they're going to try and do, right? They want to try and survive. They want to get into placement point territory, as the Boars, unfortunately, are not going to be making it out of this one. They do, however, end with points for eliminations, so well done to them. But there's still a bit of a way to go. Skin Legacy, I like this 2-2 split that they've got going here. It's going to be applying quite a bit of pressure onto the side here of TBS. Let's see whether or not they can actually now find a rotation up in towards the zone. Galatasaray also looking to get a slice of the action as they push on in, and it is going to be absolute carnage, mayhem, and a bit of brutality up onto the north. But that's what we like.
We love it. We love to see it. Skin Legacy, I mean, full squad at the moment, one of the only teams to actually be a full squad. And they're looking like they're quite comfortable. They're outside of zone, but they're on the safe side of zone. They're on the empty side of zone. Unlike Galatasaray and Ace, as they're trying to move in, and it's just not working. Poor Ace. They got so many smokes right now, but it's Tofida who is looking at him, and you don't want to be on the other end of her scope. Certainly not the player to go up against. An Ace just trying to make it, but she doesn't in the end. She gets taken out by a different team altogether. Yildiz taking her out there as well. So, yeah, it's carnage. As you said, it's absolute carnage. The elimination points are racking up. But for Galatasaray, that number is currently only 2.
I mean, 2 will do for now. There's still quite a few more to go. We have 20 players alive here, so I mean, there's opportunity around every corner. Not that there's any of that out in the open fields, but of course we'll find out soon enough where exactly these teams are going to be looking to get themselves secured. Ida, I like this the strong approach that they're bringing through. Right, 6 eliminations on the board. They look to be looking quite comfortable. Right, they feel confident, and I like that approach here. But now they got to lock it down because, as you mentioned, they do have Vio right here alongside them. And he is going to get picked up as they too try to cram up in towards the edge of zone. So unfortunately for Script Monarchy, things not looking great. B, I also don't think it's going to be making it, as, Skin Legacy does run out of HP bars. That is a very unfortunate side effect of that blue zone. But now, Galatasaray in a position to really lock it in. They do have 2 players opposing them. Dizzy Tofi actually getting knocked on down. Nep, this is a little bit troubling.
It is. I mean, she was able to get that trade, but Ida are not going to mess about. As you said, you know, they're looking confident, they're looking motivated, and you can see that in the way they're moving around. They could definitely try and push that. They're definitely going to try and defend their teammate there a little bit. At this stage in the game, you don't want to lose her, but I think they're going to have to. Galatasaray have just too much control on their position there, on her position. And they're going to have to let her go, I think. Focus on Zeus. Focus on whoever else they need to win this game. Because right now, with the top 4 in place, locked in, it is the win they're going for.
Yeah, That is the approach here, but let's see how the execution will go as Galatasaray just almost very barely makes it up. Still 4 meters to go here for Kali, so close. But at least we know that the rest of Galatasaray will be able to make it on in. It is going to be Vio also looking to play a very similar approach here. And I'm going to be looking at both these teams that we just mentioned, right? Vio and, of course, the side of Galatasaray, because both teams are holding on to the high ground. They have quite a bit of a vantage point here, and they could really look to leverage that onto the other 2 remaining squads that are yet to move on in here. Let's see whether or not Ida can find a way to bounce back, because they do find themselves in a bit of a slight disadvantage. Now it's going to be Vio looking to apply that disadvantage onto them. It's going to be Chloe to get denied. Venus quickly popping out a bit of that utility. I like the drive-by action coming through here. Oh, look at that. It is none other than Yildiz that does secure the play. Galatasaray now. You're going to try and pick up the torch here, right? The pressure is going to turn to them.
Yeah, brilliantly planned as well from Galatasaray, right? This is exactly the point where you want to be pushing, and they are going to push. They're going to be stealing all those eliminations away. Up to 4 now, and they're looking for a few more to win the game. Ida do have 1 up left alive that has rezzed her teammate, so they're up to 2 now, and those nades are immediately going to be answering that flush of their teammate. Meanwhile, Zeus playing this very smartly. Again, a team where they have the zone a little bit. It's stage 9 going to be coming in just a second. So they are outside of zone at the moment, but those 2 teams aren't really looking at them. They can wait, they can hold, and they can sneak in maybe. But right now, they've really got to hold as the nade from Athena goes over onto Tofita. Carly steps up, gets the one. Yildiz goes down. But can Athena? Athena goes down to Zeus. And now it's Zeus versus Galatasaray DK. That nade looks good.
Yeah. It might be too good. Let's see. Oh, yes. There we go.
Nice.
Done and dusted. I mean, right. Zeus just playing such a strong position here. And that's the thing, right? Coming into this late zone, we saw it in the previous match as well, right? 3 teams left. 2 of the 3 are engaging. And then up comes the quiet team, and they take that chicken. They just rip it from the hands of their competitors. And I mean, a very sneaky approach, but it pays off. It works, right? It gets that chicken in the back, puts it on the plate, and the points are locked in as well. So, yeah, very exciting approaches coming through here. Good to see Galatasaray also getting a few additional points on board, right? Regardless of how the points are earned, the teams are making way, right? So the points are coming in, the teams are picking up the pace, and of course, now the next match, I think, is where we are going to be looking at a very interesting kind of mashup between the teams that had success on Erangel, the ones that had success on Miramar. Of course, Zeus playing a phenomenal game right here. I think it's actually quite good, right? They added a 0 at the end of the amount of eliminations that they got in the previous game. Right?
Yeah.
And look at the damage. Nearly 2k, right? 1,800 damage being delivered. Of course, taking a fair, decent chunk of that as well.
Yeah, very, very nicely done. 295 coming from Maisie as well. Longest distance elimination there. Yeah, it was a really, really good game from them. They were looking quite strong earlier on in the game, and they continued to move that through to the final few moments. But like, as you said, right, it's 2 for 2 now that we have a team on the north side who just need to chill, need to shut up, need to sit down, and need to wait for the other teams to, do their thing, do the damage for them, and then they can come in and clean up. And so far, that's worked really, really well for both of those teams, both going out or getting the win by nades as well, which is kind of a fun little fun fact, but still really, really, really good stuff. And okay, Yildiz coming in with our first ding, ding, ding bell of 1,000 damage, 1,100 damage just for her. 7 eliminations and 5 assists coming in there. Ida, they may not have won, they may have come in third, but they had an epic game.
Yeah, and it was quite the match indeed. Look at that. I mean, 2 squads with double-digit elims, just packing all the heat that they can find. And of course, we were talking about these bounce backs, but I like this as a bit of a trade-off, right? Teams that fared quite well in game number 1 they're a little bit more towards the right-hand side, right? The teams that
Yes.
needed the points coming into this match, of course, now locking in and focusing on the task at hand. But I think match 3 is going to be the great evener, right? It's going to even out the board to show us exactly where these teams find themselves. But of course, we can't take away from the beautiful gameplay that we just saw coming in from these ladies here. And I mean, it was pretty exciting. Via also just bringing in a bit of that consistency, of course, also earning their first points for the day. We did see the players from Skin Legacy also continuing on with that, right? Upping the ante with the amount of elims that they had in the previous game, actually tripling their points in one game, right? It's still
Excellent.
early stages, so it sounds very impressive, but it's there. We did
there.
see Script Monarchy also securing a great consistent play as well, right? 4 games and 4 eliminations, match 1, 4 all the way here in match number 2. And of course, if we tally up the points, this is where we find ourselves right now, right? Ida sitting quite prettily up at the top with 19 eliminations under their belt.
And 0 wins, and yet up they are at the top. Second and third place as well, tied at 22. Now, of course, we're only 2 games in. As you said, it sounds a lot more impressive than maybe it really is because we're only 2 games in. But still, to have 0 wins and to still be stepping up, popping off, and getting those points on the board, that's what you love to see. Now, TPES, they did get that win on Erangel, but that 0-point game puts them down to 5th place. So it's very, very volatile at the moment. But everybody got points here in the second game. For Sanhok, though, I am going to be looking towards Enigma. They're well loved in chat. Everybody's cheering them on, but they got 0 points so far. Can Sanhok be the game they bounce back?
It could be. I mean, there's ample opportunity for them to do exactly that. And of course, speaking about opportunity, there was not just one lady that took the opportunity at hand, right? There was 3 that got, well, at least from what we can see right here, that got over 1,000 damage each.
Wow. Ding, 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 ding. There we go. 9 bells of 1,000 damage there for these players. Yildiz, Matesha, and Hasiko as well. I mean, Hasiko popping off with the squad wipe there. Gets 2 more eliminations on the board for her team in that match alone. So very, very curious to see how these teams move forward into Sanhok. I mean, as we keep saying, I mean, every season we go over the same thing, right? Sanhok is built different. It just is. It's smaller, it's more volatile, the zones are harder to master and to get a handle on, and so some of these teams that maybe don't have points can maybe do something with that, take advantage of the chaos. But we'll see how all that boils down in a few minutes when we come back from this short break. back, everybody. Here we go. It's game number 3. It's my favorite map, that's for sure. We're getting into all the action. We got a bunch of questions. In fact, DK, kind of more than what we started with.
Well, that's normally how it goes, especially in PUBG, right? Because we start off with things happening in a specific and certain way, and then we change the maps and we change the rotation and the flight path, and pick a topic and it changes. And yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to see how everything is going to progress as we make our way through, hopping into game number next. Of course, as you already said, it is going to be time for us to go rumbling in the jungle. A little bit of that greenery is going to come through as well. One of the games where you could essentially snake it till you make it, but that tactic has left the building ages ago, many seasons ago. It stopped being viable. So yeah, I'm curious to see just how aggressive these ladies are going to look to get once they venture out onto that battlefield, because Sanhok is the map where you can really make up for a few points that you might have missed out on in the first 2 games.
Looking at you, Enigma. Yeah, definitely. I think these teams, I think the attitude towards Sanhok a lot of the time is they don't want to get left behind, because if you leave it to too late on Sanhok, you're dead. It's not good, and you have to really fight to try even have a chance to get back to where you need to be. So for a lot of this, I think it's that the aggression really pays off, and also the forward momentum, being preemptive with things really pays off. So that's where all that action comes into play on Sanhok. Sanhok as well, the zone's not normally very nice to you, right? Sanhok is a hard map to play anyway, with the different locations not being as easy as perhaps some of the other maps. And then the zone decides to go trifecta, and you've got just a bunch of water, and it's fun. It's really, really good, but it's great for us spectators. So I'm really looking forward to this game. But DK, having seen 2 games so far, can I ask for a prediction?
Yes. I don't know.
Do
No,
tell.
I'm joking. Right. So if we're gonna go, let's look at it realistically, right? If we look at the performances that we've seen coming through from the team so far, I do believe that AOR silently are gonna very sneakily try and push their way into the late zone, based on how they've played the first 2 games, right? I don't have any crazy major statistics on that, because it's only been 2 games. And that's pretty much it, right? It'd be amazing if it could just appear. But I'm still working on that magic trick. I'm not that good at it yet. But yeah, I definitely think that we are going to be looking at AOR potentially maybe bringing a little bit of flavor, a bit of spice to Battlefield. R8 Sapphire also actually playing a really good first 2 games, right? So securing themselves those 19 points. Sure, 19 is not a lot, but that does put them on an average of about 7 eliminations per game, which is what TPES has been able to find in 2 games total, right? So the teams are definitely looking to make quite a bit of a mark, as we take a look at a very interesting graphic there, heading up into Sanhok. And what I like here is the flight path is so short, right? It's so quick. It's like, oh, there you go, right? Have fun.
Yes, it really is. It's like, okay, bye now. I'm tired. You can hop off at any time, and most of the teams already have. Vio down to Sami, very happy with this playing path. That was a super easy drop for them. A lot of the other teams have to do a little bit more work to get to where they need to go. But as with all things Sanhok, it's a small map. You can get to where you need to go pretty easily. It's not a Miramar where it's like, oh my god, we gotta get cars, we gotta go. We are chilling here for this Sanhok until, of course, we see the zone. But we'll wait for the zone because we already have a hot drop here. Again, it's Ace versus Galatasaray. I kind of getting deja vu from Erangel, DK.
Yeah, it seems familiar, right? It's like, wow, it almost feels like we've seen this before. But let's see if it's going to pan out in exactly the same way, right? As we know, Galatasaray is not necessarily all too happy with how Erangel went, but they have the opportunity to make quite a bit of a difference. And of course, now looking at Hilal running around with that DBS, all I can say is good luck. It's going to be pretty hot and heated up in Lobster. Both teams occupying either side of that. I think it's a good angle here, but Galatasaray already starting to find a bit of a spread here. I like that sneaky off-angle approach that we see being played up on the north. That could definitely be something that would maybe open up quite a bit of an opportunity here for Galatasaray now.
It's interesting though that Galatasaray are moving away from this. They've had a good game in the last game in the Miramar, and they don't want to throw that lead all away with, kind of just having a hot drop and just dying potentially, right? I mean, they have had a good game under their belt now, so they should be able to use that momentum and push forward. And it maybe was just a small rotation to kind of get an angle, get some more loot. They weren't feeling prepared enough here. I mean, level 1 helmet isn't the best, but level 3 vest for one of them would be all right. No helmet at all for that off-angle player, so it's not looking like the best potential fight here, especially since Ace, I mean, look at them. They're seated, they're waiting around those corners with all the nasty weapons. So Galatasaray have a decision here to make, and honestly, either one is okay.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with either one being okay. Ooh, nice lineup with that utility. Is it going to find
nice.
Schmiegel? It comes close, but it wasn't precious just yet, right? It's almost there, but not quite. Close, but
Not
no
quite.
cigar. Yeah, and I think this could be an interesting play, though, but they definitely got to keep their wits about them as we quickly jump over onto Athena, all the way here from Ida. Oh, the spray is there. The rush is in. Good defense. It is a tough angle for Athena to kind of hold as an individual, but did quite a bit of damage into the side there of R8. And let's see whether or not the rest of the team is going to be able to quickly try and close this one up. We do see Lara off in the distance. No M24. We just minus the 2 and we're left with only the M4 in the back. Let's see whether or not that spray is going to connect up R8. In the meanwhile, they've been able to pick themselves back up on their feet. But here we go, G7.
There you go.
Cooking up a little bit of something there. I mean, Aces, they might have something up their sleeve here.
They could do, but I mean, yeah, it'd be interesting to... Oh, not with that peak on the window. Not there. Mind has to be very careful here. Tofita's slightly off on that. Oh, she's downstairs. Oh, she's so lucky. Okay. I thought she was right there. And Tofi was going to have a field day with that one. But no, she's safe for now. There's a lot more going on the map, though. We're seeing a lot of fighting going on very early on. We're still a minute and a half into game. That's it. And look how many red and yellow bars we've got so far, DK. It's a bit of a minefield out there on Sanhok today.
I mean, but were you expecting anything different at this point, Nep? This is is going to happen, right? This is what we were hoping for. Now it's going to be the opportunity here for Freya to find a bit of a spray up in towards the Wildcats. Off in the distance, it does seem to be a little bit of cat and mouse game up on the hill. Ooh! We do say goodbye to Ida as R8 secures their 4th Elam. And I mean, that is the Seeker and a teammate essentially just locking those Elams in, right? Each of them sitting with 2 on board. Now we jump back up into Lobster to see if anybody's turned red. Sophie did, but that one doesn't count because that's the HP bar. So let's see who will play this one out. Because, I mean, it's just Schmiegel left here.
Schmiegel!
If they send another nade in, that could be quite precious for them.
I mean, honestly, name buff. It's got to be right. You can't be called Schmiegel and not do well. So best of luck to her.
Do the voice.
Oh, I can't. I'm going to embarrass myself, so I won't. There you go. Oh, not that.
Flashbang.
Oh, GG's. You know what? I've never seen a flashbang actually used. That's crazy. Galatasaray pulling out all the stops there against Ace. And you know what? Ace have the guts to go up and hot drop Galatasaray of all teams, right? Back to back to back event winners. So far, it's not yielded them much, but you know what? That's why you have day 1, right? That's the place to do it. If you're gonna risk it for a biscuit, day 1 is definitely the place to do it in. So GG's Ace, they fought well, they fought valiantly, but even Schmiegel couldn't stop them.
Yeah, the pressure just got too great on that one. And technically it was a back-to-back-to-back, right? So you missed one of the backs.
Did I? I thought I did 3. Aw.
It was 3. I only heard 2. But if you did 3, I also just made sure that there was 3, right? But in the meanwhile, we are going to be hopping over to the players there from Taste, as we saw them just quickly running around out towards the jetties. Right, just having a little bit of a look around. Zeus again, finding themselves just staring up the hillside. I'm curious to see whether or not they're going to look to continue the momentum that we had from them in Miramar, kind of roll with the flows into match number 3, or are we going to see maybe one of the teams from game 1 that really popped off looking now to, just kind of reclaim a little bit of that position?
Well, yeah, I mean that's where you would predicted R8 for one of them, right? They did really really well in that first Sanhok, sorry, in the first Erangel rather, and they're again looking very good for this Sanhok. They've cleared Ida, who we might have expected to come in from the Miramar, that they had a really good game on and come in and continue that, but it was not to be. R8 got the better of them. And the other teams up there, Galatasaray, of course, Wildcats, S2, and A3, all with 2 or more eliminations to their name. So it is looking like an elimination-heavy early phase from a lot of those teams that did very well in Erangel, as you said. But Stage 2 has now moved in, and a lot of these teams are going to have to shift, it looks like. We got 1 minute 42, and so far Zeus, unsure about which direction to take. They've got a small split going on here, and a lot of teams around them.
Yep, there definitely is quite a bit. We've only lost 2 teams, so we still have 16 left, so still a full house. And there's quite a diminishing area coming through here. It is, fortunately, only stage 2, right? So the blue zone slowly going to be creeping on in pretty soon, in about a minute and a bit of change. But the thing about Sanhok is at least it's not that Vikendi zone, right? Vikendi, that first zone is usually the aggressive one, right? Just goes like super crazy and then kind of chills from there. Sanhok, it's kind of a different beast, right? Because you never really know where the zone is going to be taking you, especially once we get to like stage 4. Usually from phase 3 to 4, that's where the zone also kind of throws a bit of a spanner in the work. So I'm curious to see what these teams will have to work with, because currently, as we can see on the screen there, they are all situated down in towards that southwestern side. And I mean, Painan could potentially be prime real estate, especially for now, seeing that we've got quite a few teams that are yet to rotate in from that eastern side. So a nice bit of a gatekeep angle that we could see being developed in that area here. And of course, meanwhile, it is going to be TPES also just on the edges here of Quarry. One of those angles that's quite easy to get into, not so easy necessarily to get out of.
True. Very true. I mean, it is almost good for just going full sending and straight off the cliff into water and try and find a spot. But the problem with that is there's a lot of teams usually on that edge on the cliff. Cupquake, though, will not be able to find the edge of the cliff because she's found the edge of her health. As she goes down, she gets knocked there. AOR immediately pushing forward. When you're a 2v4, you gotta do what you gotta do, right? You get that knock, you gotta take advantage of it because you don't have those teammates with you. But Repna, she's waiting. She's waiting for her teammates, and she's waiting for Cupquake to come further on down the hill. So we'll see how that works out for them. Of course, they were the winners of Erangel the first game, so can they bring that back and take that back and put it into Sanhok? We'll see. Boars in the middle of zone, getting taken out one by IT, though. Cara Amelia's down, Logica's down. It's just Amelia and Lisa to go. Oh, Repna goes down to the zone, interestingly enough there. Going back to TPES. We'll see how that goes, but for now, Lisa just has to book it to her teammate.
Yep. And at this stage 2, blue is not going to be all too devastating. You got to move the car, though. Lisa, you got to join your teammate. Yes! I mean, that would have been a bit of a oof right there. Just narrowly makes it. Yep, I mean, Lisa was okay, right? There was one little droplet of sweat appearing on my forehead there because it was close, right? Maybe a little bit too close for comfort, but there's still a bit of an opportunity. They got to move really quickly, though, because they've got only a few more seconds left on the clock, and then we are going to hit phase 3, right? And it's not going to be kind. They're going to get those beats to get the heck out of Dodge because you can see the sunlight is approaching, and got to watch out for Pew Pew, and also that is going to be providing a little bit of that coverage, a little bit of that backup. Oh, nice follow through here from Amelia. I'm trying to clean up the bridge, but that is only one of the 4 players, right? There's still a long, long way to go, and essentially they've got themselves boxed in here.
I'm confused by sunlight.
Yeah.
I'm very confused. I'm not sure why
It's
and
good
for
for
what reason.
plants.
It is. I mean, I suppose it's good for plants, but only when you fertilize it with your body. Oh, is that a bit dark? That might be a bit dark. But anyway, why did she push? That's weird. I don't get that play. That's allowed boars to get one free elimination, and it's allowed them to get away freely. Except Amelia's 1 HP. She goes down to the zone, so they are gonna have to get back up. But can she get back up? They have no meds. Elisa doesn't, at least, and she's got 800 meters to go. You can see that's why she's trying to go anywhere, loot somewhere, get that meds back on board, but it's not happening. She's going to try and get this res. Maybe. No, she's going to go into the car. That's their best shot now. I keep forgetting you can res or you can put your knocked players into the car. That's really helpful. We'll see if that helps them here, but they've just spent too long out there.
It's unfortunate, right? But I think that was kind of the play that we saw come through from Sunlight, just forcing them back. Speaking about forcing back, AOR and, well, the Istanbul Wildcats next. Ria. Not a name that you can say in very close succession. Yeah, it takes a minute, right? But you got to say all of it, and, you know, that is just the way it is. Ooh, same as those sprays. Very great action and almost closure coming through there from Kitty. Just, you know, pushing all the way through. Gucci had a bit of a tough run all the way back over on Miramar, so it's good to see Gucci looking all Gucci as they push on through here. Oh, there are
nice.
A quick little play as the Enigma dolls get sent on their merry way. A little bit of bloom just to add on to those 8 eliminations they already have. I mean,
wow.
I know I said something great could come through from the side here of R8 Sapphire. I was not expecting them to already sit with 8 eliminations under their belts only in stage 3. So things are looking pretty good for them. Lisa, still in a bit of a tough spot here.
A little bit, yeah. She's got 400 meters to go. Her teammate did end up going out to the blue there, unfortunately. So she does have half health right now, and I know she's trying to look for those meds, but I think almost zone is more important at this point in time because you're wasting health looking for more health, right? Instead, it would be nicer if she would at least get a little bit closer to the zone before doing that search, because she's still got 450 meters to go, and the zone is pushing in to stage 4 now. And on Sanhok, stage 4 zone is nothing to underestimate. Absolutely not. It's gonna start hurting pretty soon.
Yeah, I mean,
like that.
Too much of that blue juice does really start tickling, and it's not the pleasant kind of tickling, right? It's like
DK.
It's more of a coarse feeling coming through here, and of course, 13. Yes.
Yeah, she didn't go out to the zone. Did you see that? She jumped out of the car too early and killed, and she died.
Oh, yeah.
She died to fall damage. Oh no.
Seatbelts.
Oh.
Seatbelts.
Seatbelts.
Right?
Yes.
That's the. So let that be a lesson. Seatbelts are important, right? Always got to buckle up for safety. Because safety first, unless it's Sanhok, then you just kind of try and get yourself in zone. Speaking of which, though, we do see the teams also now starting to pop off in that feed, as we do have Taste also now locking in a few plays here. So you can see Tasted, Lucy May, right? Also an interesting name for a team here. I like Pew Pew, right? That is like, that's the best player name you could ever have, in my opinion. That and Jerry, because... you know, Jerry can. And then here we go. The shots connecting on through. We do say goodbye to B. But Pew Pew holding nice and steady, looking to do as the name suggests, trying to lock in a few of those plays. And Prota Sovka, getting battered and bruised as Bot connects on through. Good off-angle play here by Zeus. But the teams now still very mobile at this point.
Yep, definitely are. Ooh, R8. Looking for those shots as another team just goes right through them. But yeah, Zeus had been waiting on that hill for a long time for that exact kind of moment. So they took advantage of it when they needed to and got that. At least a knock. I don't know if it's going to result in a point yet. But Jerry can. No, she cannot. Jerry can not get to safety there. Pew Pew doing what her name suggests there. Nice angle from them as well. I mean, they're really trying to get those points and farm those points with this gatekeep, and having that angle onto the vehicle is absolutely imperative. Now, unfortunately, R8 are rolling through.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Wow.
You know those instances where you watch a video and then something happens and then like you flinch by yourself, even
Mm-hmm.
though there's no reason to flinch. Yes, that
Yep.
was one of those instances right there.
Yep.
Seeing R8 just cresting the hilltop, and then it was
Just like,
like,
oh.
well, dang it,
Darn
something's
it.
gonna happen here, and well, it did.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, great play though coming
Oh,
through from them.
fantastic,
Bio
yeah.
though, they're gonna be the team only playing with 3 players this time around. R8 will get eliminated as they go out
Yeeted.
now. 9 elims under their belt.
Wow.
Bio, very tough spot here. I like this pressure though being applied from A3. I mean, great angle, great position, and quite a bit of a nuisance onto the side here of Bio Esports.
Absolutely. I think nuisance is a mild way to put it, because they're just absolutely being so annoying right now. And with good reason. They got a nice little position there, good advantage, good height advantage. And Zeus now moving in, trying to do their bit as they move into zone, because we are going into stage 5 now. The zone is about to move in. DK, this is where we're going to see the most amount of chaos, because look at all the teams outside the zone that have to move in to the same side of zone.
Yep, that's the way it goes. So let's see who's going to be the ones to not only make it into zone, but also beat the blue, right? Vio is not going to be one of those teams. It was not a viable approach to make it all the way through, as you mentioned before, right? Stage 4 blue is absolutely devastating, especially if you get caught on the wrong end. Speaking of which, though, we got Zeit Gazit also now just pushing in. It's going to be Sona, the last one on their feet, now looking to get the rest of the team back on through. But of course, you can see it is going to be the players there from Script Monarchy looking to bring in the carnage. The utilities now getting deployed. Of course, this being Sanhok, these floors being wooden, those go a very long way, right? They just expand and cause so much problems. But let's see if Sona is going to be able to get this one done as they do secure their teammate. GG is back on up. Oh, we gotta watch out. As soon as they just pop out the window, there's even more teams in the vicinity. And now it becomes a game of survival. And the shots connect on through.
Whoa.
And that is it. Out they go.
That is it. Yep. I mean, at least they have 2 eliminations, and it was a top 6 result for them, so it's not bad. But my goodness, we've gone from many teams to just 5 in a span of about 30 seconds. And DK, the zone continues to be unkind to all of these teams. It shifted completely out of the way of the city, out of Painan. But look who is in zone right now. Look who is going to be waiting for all these teams to come out of the city. It's Galatasaray, who had an amazing game number 2, and with 9 eliminations, they're looking to back it up with a great Sanhok as well. So, yikes for all the rest of these teams.
Oof. Yeah, it is indeed a big yikes that could come through. I mean, Galatasaray 1 point away from evening. Yes.
Yes.
Getting
Evening.
the same amount of points. Yeah, it's dark, yes. But, I mean, yeah, same amount of points as they got in the previous match in total, right? Placement and elimination points combined.
Whoa.
1 point away. But Zeus, not done just yet, right? You can see the clouds starting to form up ahead as the sprays continue to rain on through. Unlucky. Staying true to their name, but now it's going to be the push coming in on the side here of Zeus. Zone has shifted up. It is looking quite favorable on towards that southern side. Only one player is holding on for dear life, but this could be the play. Monarchy trying to survive, trying to hide in the bushes, but that is going to be a very, very tough one indeed. A3 were holding on to good position. Oh, Sophie also just getting dropped on down.
Very nicely played, and she tried to get that elimination, but it wasn't happening. The nade is a swift response, but she just dodges it in time. She knows where most of them are, though, but she only has these last few bandages, and then she's out of meds, and the zone is moving in. I think, DK, we have our winner, and she knows it as well. Cry doesn't try to go out to the zone, which is interesting. She does give them the point, but Galatasaray masterfully winning that Sanhok with a bucket load of points.
I mean, that was a valiant effort coming through from Cry, right? Gave it their all the way to the very, very end, but Galatasaray just showing us why they have 3 victories, right? Event
Yeah.
victories behind their names. And I mean, they were performing so exceptionally well coming into Sanhok. But as
Mhm.
we said, Sanhok is going to be that turning point, right? The game which gives teams the opportunity to make up points that they feel they might have been lacking. And what a push that was. Great, great start. But that's only the halfway point of the day. Now done, right? 3 games
Yes.
down. We have 2 more to go. And we got to take a look and see exactly what that point situation is, what the distribution is, where these teams find themselves. Because, I mean, look at this, right? 15 eliminations coming through in one game.
Gosh.
2004, just 21 points shy of the year that we're in right now, but
Very
absolutely
true.
phenomenal bits of action coming in here from them. I mean, Galatasaray, it's no surprise to see this kind of play coming through from them.
Mhm. It's not. I mean, you're right. We've seen back to back to back wins in the tournament from them, and because of games like this, and they're just doing it again, and no one seems to be able to stop them. When they get in that mode, they win, and it's so interesting to watch how they always play it, how they're always in the right place, how they always have the right aim as well. So very, very well done, and I think that's just the first win of probably a few more we're going to see. I hope I haven't jinxed them there, but I think there's high hopes for this team. Of course, there's a lot of pressure on them, of course, but so far they seem to be doing it in style.
Yeah, quite a bit of style as we can see. Our stats coming on here. At least the hot drops, the airdrops, hot drops, airdrops.
Hmm.
They were opened up this time around. 2 of them getting looted. I mean, 292-meter hit coming through as the longest hit of the game. Very impressive, especially being it on Sanhok, such a
Mm-hmm.
tiny little game. And well, Sophie coming very close to having that bell being rung for her as well by
Yeah.
none other than Neptura.
Yes.
937 damage, right? Very close.
GG's.
But,
Very.
I mean, Galatasaray doing quite a bit of work in this game.
I mean, but think about it, right? Tofita did uh almost half the damage that the entire team got. They got 2k damage and she's done 937. So that's insane coming in from one singular player. And as you can see, the match ranking, this is not total, match ranking, just Sanhok, they get 25 points on the board, doubling what they had before this game.
I mean, it's crazy stuff, right? It is crazy, but of course, it looks it's still pretty interchangeable being this early in the day itself, right? As we
Mhm.
have, as you mentioned, right, team being able to more than double their points in just one single game, and it's impressive. There's nothing more that we can say about that. Zeus
Very
again
true.
also coming through with some good consistency here, securing
Hmm.
themselves points on board again, hitting some pretty strong numbers. Not the 10 elims that they had back in game number 2, but still 7. It is going to
Hmm.
bode quite well. I like this from A3 as well, right? Miramar, yeah, it was there.
It
They
was
were on
interesting.
there. They played.
Hmm.
Unfortunately, didn't make it as far as they would have wanted to. But with Galatasaray doing what they did in this past match, it of course now catapults them all the way up into pole position with those 36 points, and of course AOR. I mean, also just
Mm.
keeping the pressure on, right? They were looking quite well, sitting up in second position on the overall rankings before heading into game number 3, and they are still able to maintain that slot number 3, of course, sharing it in part, kind of, not quite, with
Sort
the
of.
players there from R8 as well.
Yeah, R8 have been very, very consistent. But, DK, I want to very quickly talk about Enigma, though, because you could say they've been consistently with 0 points across 3 games now. I thought that Sanhok would be the one where they would be able to get some points back, but I don't know what they're doing that's making it go so wrong. But what could they do into game number 4 now to even things up for the evening?
Um, Step number 1, I would probably say, is just try and get a clear mind as best you can.
Mm,
I
mm-hmm.
know it's tough, right? Being in a competitive setup, you want to try and play the best that you can, and sometimes the nerves get to you. That's just
Sure.
human nature. But
Mm-hmm.
yeah, the difficult part is to try and keep a cool head. right? And you just think slightly better, maybe a lot better when you have a cool head. So I would definitely hope that that is what they bring coming into game number 4, because yeah, I mean, I'd love to see what Enigma can do. Just, how I want to see a bit of I want them showing off. That's essentially what I want, right? I want to
Yeah.
see them showcase their skills and just show us why they've been able to make it all the way up to here, because all the teams and all the players that have made it this far earned their spots.
Absolutely. But DK, we have to talk about something else very quickly here. First of all, Hasiko with the number 1 spot now with all those eliminations, all those damage. For the second time, we're seeing her here in a row. She was here for Miramar as well. But damage 1402. Ding, ding, ding. Bell of 1,000 damage. Yield this a second time again. Ding, ding, ding. Bell of 1,000 damage for her. And Laura as well. R8 stepping up with 8 eliminations just for her. Ding, ding, ding. Bell of 1,000 damage. Bell of 1,400 damage. There's a lot of damage here for Sanhok.
Yeah.
That's why it's so fun.
Yes. It is quite a bit of chaos and carnage, and that's what we like to see. And these ladies not letting down at all, bring it all the way through. But it's impressive to see 2 players from R8 Sapphire being on the player focus, right? So it just shows you the sheer amount of tenacity they have, looking to bring it through and just pack in all those devastating blows. But as we know, the jungle has now been rumbled, and now it's left to see what's going to happen back on the desert, because I mean, anything could go. But as I said, I think game 3 is going to be that turning point where we could see the teams looking to really shift gears, and it's going to be down to game number 4 to see how that gets delivered.
Yeah, it definitely is. I'm hoping Enigma can maybe do something with this and kind of just go, hey, we got nothing to lose now. Let's at least try and get some points before the end of the night. That would be really nice. But we'll have to wait and see what they do. See what happens to these teams over on Miramar. We're going to go over for a short break, but we'll be back in just a few minutes. with a unmuted mic this time. We're good. We've done it, got it out the way. We won't have a problem for the rest of the event now. Anyway, we're back with game number 4, and we're gonna have a great time with it as well. DK, don't mention it. Don't say a word. We're going straight over onto Miramar. Ooh, straight away as well. Nice timing.
I'll just stay here on mute. Don't worry, it's all good. It's all good.
Great, I'll just do the game myself. It's fine. It's fine. DK's gonna be on mute. It's all good. Oh god. Oh, plane path is a little bit better than the last one we saw, though, DK, right? The other one was a bit more southern than we might have liked it, and teams have already started off. You see TPES over on the island as well as Enigma. Hopefully for Enigma, it goes a little bit better than the last Miramar. I'm really rooting for them. They're the only team with 0 points at the end of 3 games, and it would be nice for them to get some points before the end of today, because of course we won't be seeing them tomorrow. Group A will be playing once again on Friday, so they have a little bit of time to think about things, to figure out what went wrong, what went right. So hopefully for Enigma, things can go right for them, so they have a little bit to balance it out in their VOD review.
Yeah, but I mean, fortunately for Enigma, they're not the only team that's not scored points on this map yet. TPS, also one of the teams that are still in a position where they could do with a few points on Miramar, right? Because neither of those 2 teams have earned points on here. The same could be said for A3, who's gone for an interesting approach. They've dropped 3 players in that western side of Los Leones, Chumacera, and then their 3rd player, I think, might be AFK because they went all the way to Oasis. And that's unless there's like a big brain play that's going to happen, right? That we can't see just yet.
Yeah.
But if it's not the case, then it might be an oopsie.
It might be an oopsie, I mean, but it also could be the biggest 1-3 split for an off angle we've ever seen in the history of PUBG Mobile. And if that's the case, then I am so down for it. We want records to be broken here at PMEWL, but we'll see how that goes out. Unlucky is unlucky in this match as S2 take her out there. So that's going to be 1 elimination already on the board, and we are barely a minute into the game.
Yeah, we've not even scratched the surface of you know, what this game could bring on through. But it's no surprise. Well, I'm not surprised, right? It's not no surprise. I'm just not surprised because it's in the name.
True.
It's an unlucky name to have.
Yeah, she jinxed herself at this point.
She pulled a nap on herself. But anyway, let's see whether or not Schmiegel is going to be able to survive a little while longer than what we had over on the lovely Sanhok itself. We can't say much about what we just saw there from A3 Excellence. They just lost one of their players. At least it's only one and not all of them. So, you know, there's still a bit of hope. But yeah, I don't see the rest of the team, so I'm not quite sure what really happened on that front. Ida also going to be looking to see how they could play this one out. As we know, looking at their previous performance, they are actually the craziest team when it comes to this map so far. Because they've had those 13 elims.
They have. So, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting to see. Indeed, Ida, though, making quick rotation on what they're doing here. They're going straight into the town, right? And that's going to be a good position for them to be in for now, at least. Stage 1 is coming in. They're going to have to see where Stage 2 is going to land them. But for now, the safety of the buildings and the safety of this compound on high ground like this is going to be their best bet moving forward.
Yeah, you got to try and just capitalize on everything and anything that they can find at this point. Then, of course, we got the players here from Zeitgesit, right? I'm not quite sure with which accent I need to pronounce that name, but I will get it eventually. I'll figure it out. Don't you worry.
You got
but
3
I like
weeks,
this.
Don't worry.
I like this. I like this approach. Oh, so you're saying they're going straight through to the finals? All right, cool.
I might be.
I mean,
that's my prediction.
There you've got a prediction already out of the gate. Game 4, day 1. A bold move indeed. But yes, back onto the players here from Zeitgesit, right? Just trying to play a bit of an angle up on the roof. And I mean, it could be interesting, right? To play from this side of the arena to get up on. I'm not quite sure if that's going to be, if they can do it.
I have never seen this.
It's a balancing act. That's what we have right now.
Whoa.
A little bit of mixed in with a bit of parkour, I would say as well, right? So it's a it's a tricky spot.
That's crazy. I'm gonna have to try that now. I've never seen anybody do that. That's insane. They're definitely going to the finals with that strat. What the heck? That was great. Yeah, need to use that in my own gameplay. But anyway, going back over to Ida here. Again, just waiting it out, looting it up. Interesting to see that actually this city, Los Leones, I was gonna call it Yasnaya, and I was like, that's not it. Los Leones doesn't have anybody in the city yet. And
Yep.
I suppose Ida is the only one there, and that makes sense because of the plane path, but you'd have thought that the size of the city would be a big enough draw where teams would actually rotate through, but it doesn't seem to be the case.
You would think that, but it's not always that simple, right? I mean, yes, the zone is a little bit more towards that southeastern side, which would make a bit of sense, but it is Los Leones at the end of the day, right? Also, one of those spots there where it's quite easy to get into. It's not necessarily always that easy to get out of it, especially if the zone kind of shifts against that position. So I can understand why the teams might not necessarily fully commit to one particular angle. That nade could maybe have been amazing had it found anything at that point. Of course, dropping out meds, because why not? It does seem like actually it did find mind, right? It did find a bit of that. So, okay, so, all right. Those are, I think, trolling a little bit, right? Because those are through the molly, through the utility, the nade up top. Does a bit of damage, then throws a bandage on the floor. It's like, well, if you want it, come get it.
Oh, that is a burn and a half, and I'm not talking about the mollies or the nades. That's some big brain trolling right there. I appreciate that from them. But yeah, Zeitgeist, they're gonna be up on top, and it's again we've got this thing with Picado. I mean, maybe Smeagol has an angle here that might change things, but for now, Picado is always the fight of the red buildings. Time and time and time again we see it, and it goes on forever, and you see that Ace have this spot locked down, all four in those red buildings, able to communicate with each other, and they are notoriously difficult to attack.
Yeah, because there's so many different angles that you can push on as well as get pushed from. So let's see whether or not Zeit is going to be able to get their hands on the prize here. And a very, very cautious approach, I would say, here from Zeit, right? Not full setting it up, but of course it makes sense, as you've already said. It is quite challenging to contest those compound of all those buildings, and we also not really seen anybody go all the way up into the casino either. So I don't think that the players necessarily feel like it's worth the gamble here today. Speaking of gambles, Tafida having a bit of back and forth there. I'm not quite sure if Tafida got stuck with something, but that was an interesting approach to see. And speaking about interesting, look at all the yellow on the right side of the screen.
Yo, that's crazy. I hadn't noticed. Wow. That's interesting. Okay. And the thing is, it's stage 1, so not even anybody out in zone getting zone damage just yet. That shouldn't be the case. So where's all this damage coming from? No one has been knocked. No one has gone down except the 2 we've seen before. And the fight continues down here, but there's a lot more teams than are the ones just in Pachinki. So we'll see how that goes later on. But at the minute, Smeagol playing a dangerous game with those balcony peaks. And Zeitgeist still trying to do the whole Picado thing, but we're gonna move on. Pew pew! Pew pew!
Get it!
Does
there
one.
We go. Art.
Does not get the second. Runs out of bullets at the wrong time. And it's up to Sunlight now. She's the next up to bat. Let's see if she can get something done here. She is going to throw a couple of smokes, it looks like, trying to obscure their view, but it's not going to work. Art just too good indeed. And Protasovka, she's got to leave them. She's got to leave her beloved team behind and get out of Dodge immediately in that coupe. It's smoking. It's not looking good. Maybe that Murado is going to be the better bet here for her. But stage 2, to lose most of your team has got to be rough.
Yeah, and I mean, that was such a tough angle to play in. I mean, Art, they just painted that whole compound red at the expense of Prota's teammates, and we do see a few more of those bits of action starting to make its way in,
Smeagol!
going through the feet. Doza, though, finding a sneaky play. And that's what I wanted to see. Like, Darcy has got a very interesting angle, right? Like, peeking through the tiniest little slither of a gap of a something somewhere. I want to know where that spot is. I want to know what that spot is because it looks so dang interesting. A very cheeky angle to take in. What a play it is coming through here from Zeit as they've now found the opportunity. They've got that knock, and this is the go, go, go as they start to push through clearing buildings, but they have to push over to the next one. And this could actually be a great opportunity now for the side here of Ace's house, as they do have a bit of an opportunity to quickly see Smeagol not just trying to get themselves patched up. You got to watch out for G7, the cheeky off angle that could be played there if well positioned here. But how's this one going to pan out? I mean, G7, that could be a nice setup. Just trying to look up on towards the balcony, and it could actually be quite the perfect play on towards Zeit.
It really could. It's a great angle that she's got because she can see so much from that angle. The minute they try and hop over to that building, she will have an angle onto them. So it's a great positioning there from G7. Meanwhile, Mind is trying to bait out something here a little bit, but the nades are being very, very demanding of that position. They want it all for themselves. Zeitgeist playing this very carefully, and really careful is the way to play a Picado red building fight like this. They're playing this very well. They have time because they do have to get to zone, but it's 400 meters away. They've got a little bit time until the zone starts moving in. They are okay for now. They can play with that time a little bit more than others could. AOR, as we move over to them, have just finished up a fight here. Art, the first to go out. 5 eliminations for AOR right now.
It's a great play. Oh, there we go. GG. Up on the arena. Gets the upper hand. The high ground dominance locks in the play. And with that, Zeit gets it now down to, up rather, to their first elimination. Oh, but Aces now going to be looking to defend. So you can see the shots starting to connect on through. Players starting to drop left, right, and center. It's up to Darcy and Gigi to see if they can hold on and maybe make a little bit of something out of this. But the worrying part here is the fact that the blue zone is on its way, right? It's starting to close it up when stage 2, stage 3 is just around the bend. So they got to decide, are they going to try and stick it out here as long as they can? Or will they look to play for safety because the blue is not going to be kind to anybody? There we go. GG looking for an angle, looking for a spot to send that utility towards. And slowly the numbers are getting whittled down. Zeitgeist now still just trying to clear it out. There has been a knock. This could be the opportunity to get a quick little flush or use this knock to get out of this building.
It's a tempting play to make, right, to use it as an opportunity to escape, but I think they've come too far now, and Gigi has joined up with her teammate, so they are going to be looking for the flush here, the complete flush, because the minute they start trying to leave the city, they are going to get backstabbed. So a full assault here is going to be their best opportunity, and they do take one. Again, Smeagol is the last woman standing. Can she make something happen here? It's Tommy Gun against something else. The Tommy Gun's always good, and down she goes. The Tommy Gun does take it once again. Aces go down with 2 eliminations. So again, some points on the board for match number 4, but it's not the ones that they were hoping for.
Yeah, it wasn't a deuce, but they tried, so it's not a bad attempt. And I mean, even here for Zeit, I wouldn't say it was necessarily a very costly engagement that they found themselves in. Well, yeah. That was while stage 1 was still where it was. Now that stage 2 has shifted up nearly 2 kilometers away from the current position, they're going to have to find quite a few bandages because it's going to hurt. It's going to hurt quite a bit. So hopefully they can get themselves patched up decently enough so they can start that rotation. In the meanwhile, it is going to be Galatasaray also just making their way in, coming through from that western side. AOR side, they're going to be looking to try and just lock it down. Galatasaray are, however, going to head up right in their direction. So there could be quite a bit of an altercation here, a bit of an exchange.
Absolutely. With 3 different teams, it's quite easy to pick off individual players that might be a little bit distracted, especially when you're trying to make those rotations. They're just inside zones. So now the focus is what position do we go to? What angle, what mountain, what hill, whatever. And with 3-4 different teams all there, it's going to make things very, very chaotic for them. Galatasaray, the Queens of Chaos, they should be able to be okay with this, but Mari does go down. So Seema will have to, I guess, maybe die out here. I don't see her teammates being able to pick her back up as R8 now appears in that elimination feed as well. It's just going crazy over there in the elim feed, to be honest. There's a lot of nades being thrown around as we look to other points on the map, and as the zone, you can see the zone, you can see why. It's gone to the south side of Impala. It's a lot of mountains. It's a lot of open spaces that no one wants.
Yeah, and I'm actually looking over towards Ida, right? That area that they're starting to move into, that could be quite a bit of a setup, right? Nice bit of elevation there, quite a good reach that they have if they can play all the angles properly, and I'm pretty sure they'll be more than capable of doing that. So I'm curious to see how that will pan out for them. Speaking about pan, whoa, Galatasaray. They got out of the oven and hopped straight into the frying pan. As you can see, the molly is now just making its way on in. Let's see whether or not if Hilal can survive. Well, the shots come in one after the other. R8 trying to sneak in a few of those cheeky eliminations off the edge here. And quite a bit of contention. But it's not all over on it just yet. So you can see Kali moving in, trying to ask for a res. But it is not been here. As you can see, Mali just locking it in. R8 Sapphire being an absolute nuisance to the side of Galatasaray. But they're not done yet, right? They see more players there. Now they're going to start to push up, try and see if they can maybe get even more eliminations. Seeing that they've got 1 on board, there could be 3 more up for grabs. And Boars, they're just going to be keeping it nice and quiet, seeing that they only have a 2-piece left.
Yeah, I mean, why not? You've already gotten a couple of those knocks, a couple of those shots. You know the angles pretty well, and this is your chance to shine for sure. You know they're now outside the building, so there is going to be a trade here. Molly is going to be doing a little bit of work while her teammate pushes out, baits them all out, and gets the job done. GG's. Nicely done. I mean, AOR played that super well. They get 8 eliminations, but it's R8 with the third party time and time again that ends up winning that fight.
Yeah, and I mean, it was a good play coming through from R8, but you also got to give it up to AOR silently, right? That was their best play on Miramar yet. Right?
Yeah.
In the previous one, they got 4 elims. Now they doubled it. They got 8. So the team's definitely doubling down on the carnage here. I'm curious to see what the players here from Legacy are going to be doing as well, because they had a pretty decent performance in our first Miramar of the day. So far, Jerry, well, we can't say all that much just yet because Jerry is knocked out on the edge. Hopefully, Jerry will get brought back up on their feet. Boars, though, I like this position. Still got to watch out for the edges, right? Because they could still be quite a bit of danger as Nate now experiences that first hand. It's up to Mary. He's going to be looking to push all the way in. And there's only one way to go, right into the clutches, the jaws of Ida waiting up ahead.
I mean, it's interesting because Skin Legacy... Oh, GG's. GG's. But Skin Legacy have done decently so far today. We keep seeing their names pop up, whether it's a good position in zone or they're popping off in a fight. We keep seeing them. So it isn't the best result for them. It's a 0 elimination, 0 placement point game for them. But I don't think they can be too mad at how today has gone so far. Can it be better? Absolutely. But they have done a really good job to stay middle of the pack. So if that's what they're aiming for, so far it's been a really good run for them. So they have one last game. We'll see how they do in that, but so far, honestly, I would not be mad at this day.
Yeah, I mean, it's nothing to look down upon, right? The team's still playing very decently, and it is only day 1, right? Yes, there's only 2 days per group to qualify. Sure, we know that. But, I mean, AR, a lot of these teams that have already been taken on down, they've got, you know, a decent chunk of change. A few points next to the name already, and they can, of course, just look to strengthen that once they make their way back into day number 2 or Erangel. right? Game number last for the day here. So there's still a few opportunities left for these teams to really flex a few of those elimination muscles. So we'll see soon enough how that one will pan out. Speaking of panning out,
Whoa!
what was that? We've got R8 Lara just going like, I'm over here,
What?
find me, please.
And her teammate doing that same thing, but without a vehicle, is crazy work. And yet, I think Boars were just so flabbergasted by that, they couldn't shoot. And so R8 come out of that one alive somehow. But look at the positioning from R8 actually up onto that hillside. They're just looking down at those teams on the coastline. And it's going to be kind of GG's for those teams, because yikes, that angle is a good one. But we do have Ida. She's trying with those nades. Gets one. I think Yildiz ended up stealing that elimination away, but that nade should do a little bit of damage. Boars goes out in the meantime. That's what I was talking about. R8, you know, having that angle, and there's another team there as well, so not easy at all. As Ida down to 3 at the minute, but we'll see how they go as we turn to R8, DK.
Yeah, they are just up ahead there. As you can see, Taste now finding themselves in a very, very interesting and I think somewhat challenging predicament. I mean, the blue zone edge is just there. It's right there. Just gotta get outside and not die to the blue just yet.
Yeah.
But the other blue is there as well, right? R8, blue color in their name. So, yeah, either which way, it is gonna fall to the blue. Now, as we jump onto the opposite edge of the zone, we have Ida and Zeus getting ready. More blue over here as well. Blue zone and also another team with the blue color in their name. Everybody just looking to just settle all the disputes. They want to be the team to move up into this next phase. So we've got contention over on towards this western side. We've got a little bit of that down on towards the southern edges as well. So there is action and distractions all over the place. You got to keep focus. Got to maintain that aim. Let's see. Is Ida and Zeus gonna maybe go at each other, or will they turn their angles a little bit further down inwards? And of course, Enigma, you asking for points, they've got one. They've got a point. And they've made it so far up into stage 5. So far, they've heard you.
They did indeed, and I like the positioning. Yes, it's outside the zone, which is unfortunate, but that split is there. I like the positioning of each of the players, right? That looks like a position that a team who has points does, or who gets points does. And so far, yes, they have to break it up to actually get to zone, but it is a mad rush. Maybe they can squeeze past a lot of those teams. One of them isn't going to. Vio got there a little bit ahead of them there, but S2 in an even worse, having an even worse time there, just down to a couple players left. We'll see. It's all chaos now on the southern side, and again, we have another opportunity, DK, of a team going up to the north side, chilling, waiting for this lot to sort themselves out, and then taking the win.
But I gotta say I like this though, right? Because the teams are definitely looking to improve their performances from, you know, once we saw in the first half of the day. Zeus caught in a bit of a difficult position here. Of course, still quite a bit of a vulnerable angle, I'd say. You gotta watch out for those ridges. Fortunately, there's quite a few of these smokes now just appearing all over the place here, so that does provide sufficient coverage for them to get themselves back on their feet. But then comes the next little bit of a hurdle, right? As you can see up on the menu app, there's this little ridge that all these teams need to push over, and there's one team waiting on the opposite end, and I think there's a probability, a chance that we are going to be looking at quite a bit of carnage and a potential disruption as the pushers now find their way on through. And of course, who other than R8 to be that team sat over on towards that eastern side of the zone. Now Zeus are going to fall victim to these sprays. You can see Gucci coming through with the opening play here, also getting sent on their merry way out to go with 4 eliminations up. But Zeus now down to a 2-piece. No confirmations on the other 2 players right just yet, but as we know, Hasiko and the rest of the crew here from R8 Sapphire, they're going to look to light a fire over on towards this northern edge of zone.
9 eliminations so far. Yes, they're in the top 4. And yes, they only have 3 players standing. No, they have 4 players standing. Oh yeah, I see it. 4 players standing. So they're a full team, top 4, and 10 eliminations now. They're looking very good for this win. TPES could do something. VS as well. Not one to just lay over and take it for sure. And they do have a little bit of slice of the zone, so maybe they can do some damage here and at least distract Lara while Zeus comes in. But if that fails, R8 are looking very, very good for this win right now.
Yeah, no, they definitely are. So let's see. Will this pan out? Are they going to have the success that they are trying to secure here? Venus and the rest of Vio also taking a little bit of a beating. The shots connecting on through Lara. Yeah, you got to watch out for them flames. I know it's hot in the desert, but you don't want to make it that hot just yet. Now the push is in, right? The 4 teams, the 4 final teams need to condense themselves up into the zone. TPS also just going to be holding nice and steady over on towards that western front. As you can see, unfortunately, they are going to get battered and bruised as well. Magenta trying to survive. But of course, as we know, the smokes does point in the direction where they find themselves. Getting an additional one from the teammates there. Look at this, though. Cry, just going to be big chilling in the vehicle here.
Oh, interesting.
Kylie moving around outside. Cupquake quickly just closing that engagement up. But Seiko comes in and the vehicle goes boom. And that is the end of Zeus.
And the end of Magenta just goes down very, very quickly. This is the type of games we see with the Women's League. It's all done in a flash. It's TPES, once again, Repna, the last player standing for her team. It's a 1v3. We've seen her do a 1v3 before. We saw it in the first game of the day. Can she do it again? She gets one. She does not get the other one. But there's another player. They've gotten rezzed. Hope is still there a little bit for TPES. They do have 2 down, so it's just going to be Gucci and Lara down up for R8, but they're not trying to push just yet. They know that things are not good over in the area of TPES. They don't want to push that, but at the same time, they're allowing them to get that res back up. Semina is there, is down, but she has an angle, but can't connect the dots. Lara allowing them to be up as 2, and now it really is a 2v2.
Yeah, I mean, Lara was in a little bit of trouble right there. Only had 5 rounds left. Unfortunately for Lara, the loss of the teammate did provide some additional ammunition to come through, but now it's going to be the push coming through here from Gucci. Cupquake cooking up the nade. Where's it going to go? Is it going to find its way and alleviate a little bit of that pressure coming in? Cupquake needs to watch out. One misplaced position here could cost the match. R8 already on 15 eliminations. This could be the biggest game that we've had so far here today. Setting the standard with the aggression. And now, Lara, Gucci, trying to play it nice and quiet. There we go. The follow through is there. Cupquake now the last contender remaining standing between R8 and that winner chicken dinner. Where's it gonna go? Cupquake. Oh,
GG's.
gets deleted. Down they go. And the very first winner chicken dinner for R8 Sapphire has been secured. They get it right here on the desert. And of course, Neb, looking at their overall play, I mean, it seems like the teams have this mentality cooking here. It's like, we play a few games, we see how it goes, and then go like, nah, we can double that easy. Let's go.
Yep. Yeah, it's insane. They held that together so well. Again, they positioned themselves early to have the quiet part of the zone. They positioned themselves early to have proper positions, like a 1-1-1 split slightly over the ridges, right? They had that position early. They knew what to do with it early, and everything was early. That's the key to winning these games when you're in the Women's League, is preemptive, being ready for things, because when it gets to zone 6, zone 7, you're going to see that chaos every single time, because the zone is always going to shift somewhere, and the southern teams are always going to be at least 8 of them down there, and you have to clean them all up. And R8 did that in style. My goodness me, what a game from them. And that, if that doesn't get them to the top of the leaderboard, I don't know what would.
Yeah, I'd also be quite surprised if that wasn't enough to catapult them that extra little bit further onwards, because as we know, R8, you know, they've just been cracking away at this, trying to get as much of these points as they could possibly secure. Of course, coming into the game itself, they were tied on 28 points with AOR, right? I say tied, it wasn't a tie. AOR Silently and R8 Sapphire both had 28 points to their name. But yeah, this could maybe be the pole position play to
Yeah.
catapult R8 right up into the top of the day here. I mean, I think it would be very well deserved looking at just how they've been grinding away, securing 2,900 damage and 17 eliminations. That is the fattest chicken that we've seen so far today.
That's crazy. That's nearly a 30-point game. And when all the teams, like number one team, only has like 30 odd points, you're looking at doubling that in one game. That is insane. What a game from R8. I mean, they've had that consistency the entire evening, right? They've been doing that time and time again, and it's all accumulated. All of that momentum has just boiled down into this one game for 27 points. That's crazy. Really, really good job from them. I mean, and the thing is that they stood out, but they were not the only ones performing, right? You see across the board here on this match summary, that's not all them doing this. I mean, it's crazy what this lobby can do.
Yeah, and they just warming up, right? This is just day one. This is just the first day. Tomorrow we've got a new day with new teams and new players and everything new. And so, yeah, I gotta say though, it is looking pretty hot and spicy as Gucci secures one of Nectura's Bell of 1,000 damages. Off you go,
Ding,
Nep.
ding, ding. Ding, ding,
There we
ding.
go.
Bell of 1,000 damage. There we go. 9 elims as well. That's
Yep.
crazy work.
Yeah, what a play though. So, I mean, Gucci, that was great. That was a really, really phenomenal performance that we had coming through. Yeah, it was, right? At least you said it and I didn't. Otherwise, it would have been too much. But either which way, here we go. Looking at the points, the stats is going to be a 27 bomb getting dropped there by R8. T-Pes, though, also keeping up with the consistency, right? I mean, coming through with those 9 eliminations and looking at what they've been able to accomplish so far, this is their best performance, right? Because the previous Miramar, they had no points. Now they've got 15 of them that they secured right here. You asked for Enigma to get points. They got 2.
Yay! They got 2.
Right?
Yes.
A3 also needed points on Miramar. They had none. They've got 1, right? So plus is plus. Plus by how much doesn't matter, but plus is plus.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You're right. One thing I am surprised to see, though, is Galatasaray with 1 point on the final Miramar of the day. That is unlike them, but we did see in that fight, you know, they kind of got third-partied to smithereens just slightly there. So, GG's nonetheless. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see the leaderboard. Oh my goodness me. R8 at the very, very top. 1 win and 40 eliminations. And if you look at Zeus, who have done very well today, their eliminations are 19.
But also, R8 in eliminations alone has as many points as Zeus has in totality.
Oh, you right.
That's scary.
Yep. That is scary.
That's crazy. Like, why? We love it. It's amazing. Big big congrats to R8. But now there's one team, right, that breaks the baton in the top 5. AOR. They need a chicken. Right?
Yep,
because that's the chicken squad, the chicken, whatever you want to call it, up at the top there. So I'm curious whether or not they might be able or aiming to achieve that moving into the next game here. But I mean, the shifting that we see coming in here, no surprise to see Galatasaray consistently keeping up those plays. But speaking about consistency, look at this, 2,000 damage from Hasiko. Lara almost hitting that as well, and Gucci coming in with nearly 1.5K as well.
I am. How is she not MVP? I guess because Gucci survived more, but that's crazy. Wait, that doesn't. Okay, you know what? We're gonna go with the damage because I don't think all of them got 11 eliminations each. But
that's total probably.
Probably, yeah. Maybe. Anyway, but you know what? Hasiko with 2,000 damage is insane. And I wouldn't put it past her. The way she's been playing the last 3 games has led up to this point. Like I keep saying with R8 in general, it has led up to that point. So honestly, you get 6 ding ding dings just because it's 2,000 damage instead of 1. That's insane and crazy and awesome. So hopefully, maybe DK, they can bring that into the next game, right? We're going to be looking for our final game of the evening of day 1 in just a few minutes, but we'll see how that all pans out soon as we head into a short break. Welcome back, everybody, from our final break of the evening. We're going to be getting into game number 5, the last game of tonight, of day number 1. And what a day it's been, DK. You know, looking at the last 4 games of carnage that we've seen happen so far, what are your, not predictions, but what are your expectations for the final match?
Oh, well, I want to see more, right? But now I'm realistically thinking to myself, how could we get more? Because we saw a 17 elimination game
True.
getting dropped, which was preceded by a 15 elimination chicken game coming through. Before that, we had 13 and 10 eliminations for the top 2 teams, and then we had 13 as well in game number 1, right? So yeah, well, according to the trend, we should see a 19 elimination game coming in for match number last. So that would make sense because it was 13, 13, 15, 17, 19, right? You just got to try and push the envelope. Which team is going to be the one to get that? One of them. It's probably the team that's going to land and grab weapons and then, you know, take action. I think it's going to be one of those. Probably that team that will be the one to do it. Yeah, that's as far as my very accurate guesstimation can go when it comes to what we're going to be looking at in here. But realistically, I think that we are going to be looking at a team like Galatasaray and maybe even Vio, I think, are going to be looking to just crack a few cans open, right? Because they've not had any points on Erangel yet, right? Game number 1 didn't go all too great for them, right? They're not the only ones. There was 5 teams that had a bit of a tough day on the first match. But based on what we've seen, I think it might be Galatasaray, so at least to try and accrue a few additional points. But I would not be too surprised if it was R8 Sapphire.
I mean, honestly, that would make sense, right? They've had a massive win, and that was the accumulation of the last 3 games. What can they bring to the table in this last game, if not just more of that fire, of that chaos that they control so well? That's going to be really, really interesting to see how that storyline continues into the final game of tonight. And they do really seem to be gunning for that top 3 position, right? Because tomorrow we've got Group B coming in. So R8 are not going to be playing tomorrow. They have to wait for 24 hours, and you never know how you're going to feel on that day, right? As a pro player, you want to be as consistent as possible, sure, but you're always going to have those days where things just don't click and there's not really a whole lot you can do about it. So if you want to avoid that, this is the time to get all those points in. And for R8, they are doing that super, super well. So we'll see how they end off tonight as the game decides to end off the night over in Severny. DK, TPES, they won the first match of the day, also on Erangel, and they are kind of the only ones on the right side of the river.
That's right. Where they are, up on the correct side of the river as well. So, who knows? Maybe it pans out for them. Maybe they could find another 17-point match. Maybe they push it further than that, go for the 19 eliminations and make it a nearly 30 bomb getting dropped here. Who knows? It could be any of those, maybe all of those, maybe none of the above. Only time will tell, and that is the beauty of this lovely game that we call PUBG here. But speaking of the action, it's going to be R8, though, coming under fire as A3 Excellence now starts to open their scopes in their direction. Fortunately, it's early stages. Nobody really has anything crazy, anything major at their disposal just yet, but that is going to change very, very soon. But this could be an interesting play coming through here from A3 because, right, they went for that white split up, taking a little bit of a position up here in Watertown. As we can see, we had the rest of the squad, you know, up towards Ruins and the surrounding area. But Art, it seems like they're going to look to paint the town red as they go out and look to secure themselves a few eliminations.
Yeah, I mean, early eliminations are the best eliminations for sure. Pew Pew just trying to book it to that compound, and lucky for her, Art don't stray as far as that just yet. And in fact, they can't. They get taken out by Sunlight, but Pew Pew makes the instant trade there. So Art still up by 1 in this altercation. Unfortunately, for it's just not going well. The last game of the evening, they're gonna go down to a solo. They have to. There's nothing they can do here. Art have the buggy. Art didn't see the knocked player, but Art, can't do much or can do everything. And Sunlight has to just sit and watch, maybe take a couple of shots, but I don't think she's in a position to do so. Art are looking for blood here, and there she goes. Sunlight in the buggy, running away because she has to. She has to get some sort of points here for this game. If it's not going to be a win, it has to be something.
Yeah, you gotta at least try and play for a few of those points. And I mean, it's unfortunate looking at the players here from Tasted that things didn't necessarily quite go the way that they would have hoped. But, with great power comes great responsibility, because as you know, they could turn any other team into vampires.
Explain.
Got taken out by Sunlight. Vampires.
Oh, okay.
AOR silently, though. Not so silently. Jumping in on Art. Showing them, well, this is what you did to the other team. Here, have a little bit of some of this then, as they send it up. And of course, Art also having a nice, decent wide spread does give them quite a bit of an opportunity to try and bounce back from this. But as you can see, things now starting to crumble ever so slightly, and it's going to rely quite heavily on how AOR decide to push through this engagement. Because if you remember, they were the team to score the most eliminations in the first match, right? 13 eliminations right here on Erangel, and of course, well, they just showcase why they did that and how they were able to accomplish that. And, well, it's by sheer aggression. They just rush up and they go like, well, thank you so much. We'll add those points to our tally.
Crazy work. I mean, the thing is that they were pretty silent. I mean, it's all in the name, but no one saw them coming, right? We were so focused on the fight between Taste It and Art that no one saw AOR sneaking up behind him, rolling in at the right moment, and just, able to take him out so easily there. So a GG's from AOR. They're starting off the game as they should. They have been a very consistent team all day. And why not go out with a bang here? Get as many points as possible. 3 at the top of the board. The only one so far with that number and being still alive is a pretty good run so far. We'll see what they can do. Sunlight, though, has, been given a little bit of revenge. Not by her, but at least, Art is gone now. She doesn't have to worry about them anymore. What she does have to worry about is 2 players right above her, or right below her, rather. Both looking in her direction. Does she know they're there? I sure hope so.
Well, we'll find out very, very soon whether or not that is the case. In the meanwhile, AOR still going to continue with the attempts at even more carnage here, as they now take a bit of action over on the side of a hospital. And they look like, I don't know, like vultures or something. As soon as they've wounded their target, they just full send it. They're like, well, here's the opportunity. Let's go and try and get it. I'm not quite sure if they are going to pursue that all the way. Oh, actually, they're going to look to entrap the side of Zeus here. Cry goes flying again. We are seeing players up in arms, up in the sky, up in everything. And here we go, up in the scope. As Cry went flying and now takes quite a bit of a beating here. It's up to Kylie and the rest of the crew now to see if they can maybe just return a little bit of that favor back over onto the side here of AOR, but the answer is no, right? Matesha stops Kylie in her tracks right then and there. Let's see if Bot is going to be able to do anything with that glorious Mini 14 up on the side. Oh, spots an opportunity up on the roof. Anissa needs to watch out, because dang, those headshots could be quite devastating.
What a play, though, from AOR silently, and a great response from Zeus. They haven't panicked. They haven't done anything silly. They've kind of split up. They've taken different sort of angles, and they're really trying their best here. Yes, AOR have the best position, right? There's no doubt about that, and it's going to be hard for Zeus to try to do anything with it. In fact, they are going to retreat here, but they're retreating, losing only one, and that could have been so much worse for them. So big GGs from Zeus. Kylie does go down. She is the sacrifice, but they are going to live to tell another tale with 3 up.
Yeah, I mean, it could be a good tale, right? We'll find out in a little bit of time exactly how this pans out. This was I would say, a very worthwhile decision being made by the squad here. Zeus, right, leaving that player behind and accepting the situation for what it is, and instead trying to move on to improve their overall positioning and get a bit of a more advantageous angle to play off of. Speaking about advantageous angles, this could be what we're looking at right here, and that is indeed what it is, as we do see Alum locking in a beautiful hit onto the side there of Galatasaray, just poking their heads over the bridge, getting denied access to any additional information. Instead, Alum is now going to be rushing on them, just trying to chase them away, telling them, just please get away here. We want to loot up and get everything ready before pushing up into the next phase.
Yeah, and it seems like the message was heard loud and clear. Galatasaray are in vehicles. They are ready to get out of Dodge. I mean, are they though? Because they've got a 2-2 split. Looks suspiciously like they're going to try and get a different angle, but maybe not. No, they are moving away. They've decided it's not worth the fight, and they would be right about that. The Wildcats are firmly established in that compound. It's too early to try and make that kind of play against such an established team, and so it's just best to move on to someone and somewhere that is less hard to attack.
Speaking of attack, though, we also said goodbye to Taste It. They also got taken on down A3, as we can see, just moving out of that sunken city. Of course, doing what needed to be done to secure themselves a few additional points, as they now sit with a very comfortable 2 eliminations under their belt. Speaking about elims, though, oh no, that one went the wrong way. Hasiko trying to send the utility inside, but misses. Oh, shooting range, looking to be quite devastating. But of course, they are going toe-to-toe with none other than the players here from Galatasaray, and I think it's good to see these two teams kind of duke it out.
I mean, it's not gone well so far, and they are going to be just trying to get out, and that's a good play because, you know, if you have control of shooting range, then that tunnel is fine. If you don't, that is a death trap. So it's much better to actually get out of there. That compound is taken. I'm sorry. All right, gonna have to try something else here. And there they go into S2 now. Oh, could it be? Are they going to just go after that Miramar, that epic Miramar in a ball of flames? Let's hope not for their sakes, but Istanbul trying to make that a reality for Ace over here in between Galatasaray and the Wildcats as well. Not looking good at all, but at least Smeagol's alive. And actually, only Mind was caught out there, so GG's.
Yeah, I mean, Ace's house said, you know, we don't mind, it's okay. we can work with a 3-piece. We need the rest of our players here to contest against the side of S2. You can see it holding up on towards that northern side here of the lovely Savoni. So this does turn the situation slightly on its head, but I mean, it's not the only spot where things are turning, as we do have Vio and AOR also going toe-to-toe. The shots connecting off through utilities, getting sent this way, and that Venus trying to clutch it up, but unfortunately gets right on down. You can see Magenta moving up in the window. Got to watch these angles so far. Vio down to 1. AOR, there's the potential that they could get wiped. Oh, very cheeky play. Magenta gets squeezed on, and down they go. Vio Esports getting sent away, and just so close. AOR almost getting backed up, but they still managed to hold on. Aces, though, again, not looking to get super aggressive. And I mean, rightly so. As we can see, we've got R8 holding on that southern side. S2 still pretty present up on towards the north. So they're going to be very careful with how they move through the rest of Savoni.
Yeah, I think if you're in Severny, this is really just a sit and wait kind of game. The zone is going to be moving in soon. What are they doing all the way out there? That's interesting. But anyway, if you're in Severny, I think, or if you're anywhere, I think you really just hold your position. You hold and hold and hold. You don't make noise. You don't move. You just wait and see where the zone is going to take you. If the zone is gonna be where you are, if it lands on Severny, then just stay. Just stay still. Let the other
Mm.
ones do what they're gonna do, and you can clean up later. We've seen it time and time again so far this evening. So why not do it again? I mean, that would be the way I would do it. A3, maybe not so much looking to do that. I don't know whether they're doing. Oh, they're just positioning cars. Okay, I thought they were all
Yeah.
going to move, and I was like, no, that's a good spot. Max likes it.
Yeah. Yeah, Max does like that spot quite a
He
bit.
does.
Yeah. Well, speaking about
Oh.
spots, let's
Oh.
see whether or not Ace has House are going to be able to contest R8 for their
Oh.
spot. Well, no. Tam.
Third party.
Yeah, Tam gets denied right then and there. It's like, well, thanks
Yep.
for trying, but we're going to leave you with G7, and Schmiegel is going to be just looking on as I don't necessarily see G7 being able to secure Schmiegel over on that angle, right alongside R8. So we've got R8 and G7, right, coming through with the letters and the numbers. We get to see who's
Yep.
going to be getting that one in the bag. And of course, to add to that, S2 also then still just slowly advancing their position up in the north. I like that from Raven, just, just doing a little bit of that information gathering, just a little bit of a peek here and there, poking their head out to see if they can find any information. But you got to watch out, make enough noise, and those two other squads that we saw down on the southern side might also see a bit of an opportunity. And then, of course, we add another team up in the north as well. So there's 5
Oh,
or
wow.
6 teams in the vicinity of Severny that we could see. There's 2 more just over on the east.
That's crazy. I was wondering what was. Oh! No way she didn't hear them. Raven! Girly, what? What was. Okay. Okay, moving on. We're not gonna focus on that too much. But TBES have a very easy entry into the zone, into the city. But now we got a billionth team coming in. A3 trying to make their way. Oh, she goes too far, unable to get it out of the water. She's stuck on the beach. I mean, it's a nice off angle, but it's very, very open. And it's just a trio left now. Boars Gaming do go out 0 points on the board for them, unfortunately, for this last game. But everybody has kind of decided that Severny is the spot to be in. It's the place to go if you're cool, and everybody wants to be cool. So they've all gone to Severny, but it's quite crowded now. It's a little bit much.
I mean, it's no surprise with the zone being up in the north, right? Severny is kind of like the hot spot that we see the teams now trying to get themselves situated in. And as they say, great minds think alike.
True.
Yeah, right. Great idea. Now it's all going to be down to who will be the one to hold on to this position, because there is going to be a lot of contention here. I mean, it is just so congested already, and we still have 14 teams left. I mean, this is Severny. We do have a shooting range just a little bit further over towards that western front. We did see a bit of action happening there not too long ago. So I'm curious to see if anyone's going to maybe trickle in from that side as well. But you were talking about A3 just pushing up into the ocean. We do see Dixtree up there getting stranded. That's kind of what happens, right? When car meets water. It's
True.
not meant to work that way.
It's not good. Yeah, it's not a boat.
So,
DK.
yeah.
You see how many eliminations AOR has compared to everybody else?
Yes.
That's insane.
Remember I said this thing about 19 being the number and AOR needing a chicken?
Oh.
I vaguely
you right.
remember something like that I mentioned once or twice. Yeah.
With
that
13
maybe could be in
teams
play.
left, yeah, definitely.
It could be in play, right?
It
I
could,
don't want
it
to
could.
say anything because I don't want to nep nobody, right? So I'm just sitting here and talk about teams on the southern side who are going to try and get themselves somewhat secured. It's interesting to see the Istanbul Wildcats next Ria squad holding quite steadily over on towards the southern side. I mean, and coming into this event, I actually said, I was curious to see what the new additions to the team are going to bring to,
Yes.
you know, the whole interaction and the synergy that they've got. So far, I mean, it's looking pretty decent, right? We'd love to see a little bit more come through, as always, right? But in general, the Wildcats, they've not been performing bad at all, right? They had 13 points in the previous Erangel, 9 of which was thanks to aggression, those eliminations coming through. So it does seem like there is, you know, a decent amount of synergy over there. But speaking about that, the Enigma dolls
Enigma.
just getting absolutely rushed. Of course, it is going to be Ida just knocking on the door, saying they're here for inspection, looking to see if everything is, well, in order. The answer is no, as the Enigma dolls will not make it past it. They at least do end up with a point to their name, right? So things are looking up and up.
Oh, and look who it is for a third party coming straight in here. Oh, but Ida able to hold them off just a little bit here. Fireshine, she's got one, but cannot hold a second there. And geez, it is going to be Zeitgezit to actually get that third party, and a really good third party as well. They're going to be able to res everybody back up. They've got edge of zone. They've got a small compound to work with. They're going to be a full squad. It's GG's.
Yeah, I mean, good play. Right now, they have a little bit of breathing room over on towards this far southern side. As we saw, the majority of the teams, pretty much almost everybody else, are all crammed up into... on a roll. Crammed up into Savoni itself, and you can see those rotations are coming through as AOR look to get their share of the action. But of course, the zone has moved a little bit more over towards that eastern side, now shifting the pressure. And this is where we are going to be seeing these compounds being quite heavily contested. But I'm curious to see if anybody has actually moved to that fuel station that's just down the road.
Right? Yeah, I mean, it's a spot that is a really good position generally. You do have some good angles that you can get from it, but we haven't seen anybody really on that side of the map yet. A lot of the concentration has been in Severny, but now as the zone shifts away from the city over onto that side of the zone, you might even see Galatasaray be some of the first to move in there, as we see them just trying to escape completely. But no, they're going to the beach as AOR go out. We nepped them. DK, we nepped them.
Wait, what we is this? What we is
You
this?
said
I was not involved.
He was the first one to mention it, chat. Don't let him gaslight you. RA as well, though, did leave.
I mean, I think that's not a bad idea. Necessarily looking to, you know, just try and play towards that more eastern side, as I mean, the congestion here is just crazy, right? You gotta either just get stuck into the fight, or you gotta play the best game of hide and seek that you've played in a very long while. Obviously, I don't think the hide and seek approach would be the best one, because it's a bit risky. But now it's going to be TPES, though, looking to see if they can maybe find a little bit of something. It is going to be Swan singing that song up on the roof, finding the angles, and well, Cupquake maybe looking to maybe sneak in a cheeky play. This could be it. Let's see. No, not yet. Not yet, but it came close. It came so close. TPS, though, I respect this, because they're using the opportunity to get themselves patched up, right? Not to be full sending out like everybody just go like, let's, you know, go use some ammo. Instead, making sure that they've got their numbers before moving out.
Yeah, they're playing this slow and steady as you need to when playing these kinds of zones. And Galatasaray, getting a little knock on the door, but it's the back door. Look at this, coming straight in. Jerry can not do something here. Nade might be able to as the cars go flying. That's the chaos that they needed, but they're not able to take advantage of. Galatasaray, chaos is their middle name. It does not bother them in the slightest. And with just one knock and one elimination, they're going to take control of that situation, but possibly not for long. There is another team waiting in the wings behind them, so they got their own fights going on down there. Meanwhile, TPES still trying to push through to zone. They're just on the edge, 5 meters away. But that 5 meters is across the road, DK.
Yeah, I mean, it's safe to say they're edging closer and closer. And speaking about closer and closer, we got Zeitgezit also now starting to push on through, trying to just poke and prod
Good nade.
onto the edges here of Galatasaray. But it is a very difficult angle to play coming in from this eastern side, right? Not a lot of hiding place to really utilize. So you either got to be quite aggressive or bring some of this mobile hard cover with you as you start rotating into the region. Of course, that zone now getting super tiny, and we still have 5 teams, 14 players left to try and duke it out. We did see Swan also now there in the feed getting picked on up. Galatasaray looking to spread themselves out, trying to make it a little bit more challenging to get an exact angle on towards them. Hilal, though, keeping a nice bit of an angle here. Doza does send it out. Is the utility going to find any damage? Not just yet. Fortunately, that smoke actually, paying dividend to the side of Galatasaray.
Yeah, it's interesting because it is meaning that Doza is able to cross that road and get the angles that she needs, but Galatasaray also able to move at an equal amount of advantage there as Darcy does go down, and now Zeitgeist are trying the same thing that a team tried not minutes ago, and with a little bit more success it seems like, as Bestia does go down as soon as I say that, but it is Sima. She does this a lot. You do have that off angle of Tafita, so it's gonna be interesting to see how this works because you're having the teams now start to finish the fights over in Severny. They're looking at each other a little bit more than we're used to seeing in these end zones, and that's where Galatasaray might have a little bit of trouble.
Well, I mean, if you mean having one player left, make it none players left, yes, they have quite a bit of trouble on their hands.
Yep.
Speaking about trouble, TPS also going to be looking to be a little bit of a troubling team as they now expand their position over towards that southern side. As you can see up north, that's where the rest of the crews are currently situated. Repna and the rest of the team now.
GG's.
Oh, sneaking in a very, very cheeky hit across the way. In fact, that was actually Zeitgeist that popped the shot. So now it's going to be a 2v4 to try and settle this winner chicken dinner. But who will be the one to claim it? Cupquake has been shook, has been taken right on down. Up comes Sorna, just looking to rush on forward, pushing in with the vehicle, tries to get a bit of an upper hand. Is that utility going to find its mark? It's going to get pretty dang close. Of course, I like the fact that they're sending out multiples, right? As you can see, just one pop is all they need to get that play secured. But you still got to watch out for Repna off on the side. Not going to be tempting fade unnecessarily. But the troubling play here is that all 3 players are outside of the zone, right? They're going to have to move up. Well, there's no need. There's no need. Zeitgeist does do it as they get themselves that glorious winner chicken dinner and a bag full of eliminations to go with it.
Well done. This was one of the teams that needed points, right? And what better way to get them than to end the night with a chicken dinner and multiple elimination points to go along with that. So Zeitgeist definitely doing a really, really good job there. They controlled that really nicely. The big one for me, though, was their timing, right? They were able to get those third parties. They knew what to do with those utilities, and they did a really, really good job with that. They handled it very well. So big GG's, well-deserved last win for the last game of the evening, DK.
Yeah, and I mean, a very good performance coming through from them. As we know, Zeitgeist, they came into this match with 19 points to their name. So this is going to bode quite well for them. Because if we look back to what we saw in just the previous Miramar, they had 4 eliminations. This time around, they were like, let's double that. Maybe add 1 on top of it. So they went for 13 eliminations. 9, or not quite 19, just 6 short of that. But close enough, right? 13, still a very impressive performance coming through. And of course, delivering 1878 when it comes to the damage. Again, a very aggressive play here. But I think that's just kind of what happens when the zone shifts so far up on towards that northern side, right? Just going onto the beaches, and that's where things just get hot and toasty and sweaty and, all the other things that would, I don't know, maybe coincide with being on the beach. But, I mean, they held their own. They played the angles, and I like that showing of aggression that they brought with them pushing into that final phase.
Absolutely. It was a very strong game from them. It was strong from other teams as well, though. We saw a lot of the big names that we've seen so far tonight go down early, and then a lot of teams ended up doing very, very well. TPES, of course, won the first game, has had a fairly consistent day so far, but much to a lesser degree, right? So it was nice to see them get another second place, upping those points a little bit. As you see, Sona, here she is, 1200 damage. Ding, ding, ding. Bell of 1,000 damage goes over to her for the final match of the evening. 6 eliminations is a big one for her, 2 assists as well. So big GG's going over to her for our MVP of the match. And if that's her with 6 eliminations, I want to see what the others in Severny, if any of those are on the MVP leaderboard.
Well, we are going to find out pretty soon exactly what that will be, but it does seem like the total tally, the max amount of eliminations on Erangel is going to stay on 13. We saw that match number 1, match number last. We saw that here as well. So a great play coming through as we can look at the rest of it. AOR, right? Good play. First Erangel, 13 elims this time around, coming in with 11. So I like that consistency, the confidence being shown there. And of course, that without getting any placement points. So very well done to them. R8, we did talk about this a little bit earlier. Things not necessarily going 100% according to plan, but I mean, they had 40 eliminations coming into this match. So adding 5 more points to their overall tally is not going to do them any harm. And I think it does set them up quite well for their day 2, which would be in, well, 2 days' time. So, yeah, in general, the teams just doing what they needed to do. Of course, we are going to be looking at the teams that were on the lower end of the standings, trying to climb that board, trying to get themselves a little bit higher up on this right-hand side and potentially maybe even over on towards the left-hand side. And, well, we can see a few of the teams putting in a very, very strong effort when it comes to that. The Wildcats, they were in 8th place. But now they've moved down to 9th. So not a big major shift coming through with regards to them. Of course, nothing also really changing over on towards the side there of Monarchy. R8 still secured those 5 points, adding on top of the 55 that they had. Does, just secure everything. But we did see another change. Zeus, they were up in 2nd place. They've got now moved down. And of course, it's as a result of TPES doing what they did, securing themselves 25 eliminations in total now, and climbing all the way up into 2nd to sit alongside Galatasaray on 48 points.
Yeah, but the thing is that Zeus makes such a dramatic shift downwards only because it's like 4-point difference between 2nd and 5th. So it's very, very, very close there. But we look over to our player focus. I see week 1, day 1, total elimination 16, 15, 11. This damage is insane, though. Over 5 games, getting this many eliminations and this much damage is kind of crazy. So GG's to Kitty, Gucci, and Hasiko. Of course, Hasiko is here because she's been the star of the show for multiple games for Scherzies. And now we're going to be seeing them, what they can do into game or day number 2 on Friday.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be quite exciting to see what kind of a change up is going to come from these teams having a day to kind of re-strategize now that they've had the opportunity to see what the matches are like, what the group is like. But of course, we gotta reset all of that again tomorrow, right? When we get into the first day for our next group, right? 18 more teams that are going to be looking to grind their way through. So, yeah, I think this is a good foundational play, especially for the teams that found themselves at the higher point of the standings here. And of course, we are going to be hopping into a quick little bit of a comparison here between 2 of our top aggressors. As you can see, Kitty brought in 42.11% for the team, right? Their contribution to 16 eliminations is worth 42% of the team's overall points. And of course, for Gucci, comes in on, 33.33, so that is a third. So that does put the team on, 45 eliminations in total? Doing some quick math.
Something like that, yeah.
Don't always trust caster math, but I'm pretty sure that math was accurate because... right, it's a third.
Sure.
It makes sense. But yeah, I think a very, very satisfying day 1. The teams doing a pretty good job here. I think the onus is going to be on the teams that find themselves on the right-hand side of the standings, right, from 10th or 9th place downwards. If they want to make it into where they want to go, they're going to have to try and play it. But of course, as we know, day 2 is going to be a tough day because we have got the teams in the top 3 that make it straight into the finals. And then it's that slot between 4th and 15th, which determines who will be moving on into week number 2. So you don't want to get caught in slot 16 to 18, right? If you want a little bit of that continuation, you got to try and bring all the aggression you can muster into day number 2.
Yes, you do. And, it's going to be really stressful for a lot of teams, I think. On Friday, you're talking about, the different slots. And yeah, when you're coming down to the last 5 games on Friday for these teams, it's going to cause a lot more chaos than we've seen today, if that's even possible. But before we get into day 2 for Group A, we're going to be going into Group B tomorrow, where we do this all over again tomorrow night, same time and same place. But for now, we are done here for this evening. We will see you all tomorrow. Thank you, DK, for joining me, and we will see you all in the next one for Group B.